Grainger, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA3 Weather Center. It is Wednesday. It was hot yesterday. Today we're going to do much of the same. Be prepared for the heat. The morning even running a bit mild. As we get into the afternoon, plan for highs in the range 100 to 105. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Oh, the Sacramento heat. Right now, get your AC professionally tuned up for as low as just $59 and enjoy your summer nice and cool. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Summer restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer, and Associates.
When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust.
Along with my partner and associates, I have been helping accident survivors recover for their injuries for over 25 years.
And we can help you. There's no charge for calling, so please call us today.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
A good place to buy a new truck would be a place known as Truck Country. Folsom Chevy is Truck Country, and now it makes even more sense. Folsom Chevy is offering 0% financing for 5 years, no payments for 90 days on all new Silverado half-ton trucks in stock, and there's a lifetime warranty. Go to Folsom Chevy at the Folsom Auto Mall or go to folsomchevy.com. From the mountains to the levee, think Folsom Chevy. Together, let's drive. Must finance with GM on approved credit. $16.67 per 1,000 finance. Cannot be combined with other offers. Ends July 31st, 2026.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for Arthritis Pain Relief. What feeling is that? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from arthritis pain. It's that my hands don't hurt just holding things feeling. That, wow, I can actually move well feeling. You know, that go about your day without worrying about every little movement or ache feeling. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve targets arthritis pain at the source of inflammation for long-lasting relief, so you can keep moving through it. Feel up to 12 hours of arthritis pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use is directed for minor arthritis pain.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Imran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
Join RVs of Sacramento as they celebrate America's landmark semi-quincentennial by honoring the true protectors of our freedom, the local first responders, firefighters, law enforcement, medical heroes, and military. You look after our country and communities. To say thank you, check out our massive America 250 celebration and sale all month long. Enjoy exclusive hometown hero discounts alongside spectacular anniversary savings for everyone. Over 400 units to choose from, motorhomes, travel trailers, and fifth wheels from the top manufacturers in the industry. Bring the family. See the latest floor plans and let's celebrate 250 years of freedom. Visit us online at rvsofsac.com and explore RVs in Northern California's largest indoor showroom at RVs of Sacramento, 9501 East Stockton Boulevard, Elk Grove, right off Highway 99 across from the Elk Grove Auto Mall, or at our newly opened Forest River Direct Outlet store at 1051 El Camino Avenue in Sacramento. Family owned and operated on site all the time. Your experience is our #1 priority. Adventure is calling. Answer the call at RVs of Sacramento.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader. It's It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson. Online at SactownSports.com or on the app. Kings, Niners, and Sacramento. The Matt and Kayla Show starts now.
Woof. What a game. Beatdown. Manhandling.
Ass whooping.
Yeah, that too. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Well, then that game and all memory of that game should then stay in Vegas. I know everybody was getting their jokes off. You know about the Miami flu, Kayla? When teams go and spend one too many nights in Miami and then play the Heat and look like they're
well, I wonder why that
tired.
really happens.
Yeah, the Miami flu. It's a real thing. Part of the home court advantage in Miami, just like in Denver, the elevation is a home court advantage for the Nuggets.
Right.
If you want to get your jokes off that the Sacramento Kings Summer League team spent maybe a little too much time at the craps table before yesterday's game, now I don't actually believe that. Having been in Summer League, trust me, teams are very, very diligent, and the players themselves are very, very diligent on how much time they're spending out, and they're there for business. They know it, especially when the roster is primarily consisting of guys that are battling for just NBA contracts. So
either we can that or they ate Taco Bell.
Yeah, so. They got the parasite.
I mean, what are the other?
That parasite that's cleaning people out, apparently. Well, whatever it wasn't good, with the exception of Darius Acuff Jr. and Emmanuel Sharp.
It was stanky.
We'll talk about them and how the Nets completely ran over the Sacramento Kings on today's show. Welcome in to Matt and Kayla. I'm Matt George, Kayla Anderson with me. As of now, Christopher Lott is holding it down, but then things are about to get weird because Chris is going to step out. He's going to move on after spending 8 straight hours of doing radio for the last 2 days with us. He's passing the torch over to our boss. Richie is going to be running the board for us today. We'll see how that goes. I know he's done it before. He's a man of many talents. But we have to behave ourselves because the boss is firmly involved in the show today. So
gotta be careful, I guess.
Yep. Kayla,
let
it fly.
That's all right.
What are they going to do? They won't stop you. What are you ain't afraid of nothing. You're the star of quarterback season 3.
Yeah, I know.
What
Finally got to see
about?
My debut last night.
She did get to see it. If you haven't seen, it's episode 1, isn't it?
3.
No. Oh. Well, you have to work your way to it. Episode 3 of quarterback season 3.
It's actually a great season of it. So
Cam Ward, and you'll see a tweet from Kayla Anderson pop up on screen.
Mm-hmm. It's funny getting like random people saying, "Oh, I was watching it. I saw your tweet." I'm like, "Thanks, man."
Twitter famous.
Appreciate it.
Twitter famous. That's Kayla Anderson. Okay, Kayla. Let's talk about it. Should we start with the good? Should we start with Acuff and Sharp?
What good?
Acuff and Sharp? That's it? Should we start with them and make ourselves feel better?
Say that's good,
Or should we just rip the Band-Aid off? You're very much a bad news first type person. So should we just rip the Band-Aid off?
Yeah.
Because from the jump of that game, Kings got punched in the mouth.
Well, Cardwell did have the dunk to start the game again.
For 3 out of 6 summer games.
I was like, is this the thing?
He's just, drop a dunk. Well, it's not even a drawn-up play. It's just Dylan Cardwell sneaks through the baseline and gets an open dunk.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the 2-0 lead was, as Jason Ross said yesterday in his post-game wrap-up, the 2-0 lead was the peak. That was the peak for the Kings.
It was.
They were up 2-0, and from that point on, it was a disaster. Shout out to the Brooklyn Nets, man. They came in with a game plan. They came in with an energy. I don't know if it was because they were pissed off because they lost in the California Classic to the Kings.
You heard Michael Brown Jr. after the game.
No, I didn't.
He said exactly that. He goes, yeah, like they got us back in Sacramento.
No, they got them. You didn't play,
I
dude.
know, but it obviously made him mad too because he wasn't on the floor.
Yes.
So he did say that in that post-game interview.
Well, you didn't play in the California Classic, so you can't claim it. That's what I have to say about that. Either way, I didn't like – it's not that Michael Brown Jr. was unimpressive. Michael Brown Jr. didn't do a lot of things that were like, whoa, to me, compared to Darius Acuff Jr. In terms of individual rookie-on-rookie, I would say that Darius Acuff Jr. had the overall better performance. But there's no question that the Brooklyn Nets came out with a game plan, and Sacramento got knocked off their game. Their offense was stagnant, terrible, and then they just got lazy. They just got lazy with their effort, jogging back on defense, just lazy, stupid passes. Kayla, 28 turnovers, leading to 41 Nets points and 30 Nets fast break points. Even for Summer League, that's horrible.
Yeah, I will say something. when they started this game, I don't even think it took me that long to know that they were just not there.
That's it.
I mean, I am putting a lot of blame on the veterans in this game. And I mean that by saying the second-year players. Because I don't think they looked like they were serious about playing this game when they went out there. And a lot of those turnovers early were the veteran players.
Yes.
I think Maxime Reynaud ended with 7 turnovers. I know Darius had 5 of those. But in the beginning, it was more the vets that were having those. And I'm going to put even an Alex Caravan as an older player. He was turning the ball over early on, too. And I feel like the minute that happened and they let Brooklyn go on that run, I just felt there was no way they were ever going to come back in this game.
They did battle back, and by battle back, I mean they cut a 30-point deficit down to like a 20-point deficit in the second quarter. But largely, that's when Emmanuel Sharp and Darius Acuff Jr. were on the floor, and Maxime Reynaud wasn't.
I know.
It was when Dylan Cardwell was out there with them. Now, we spent a ton of time yesterday, Kayla, laying out, look at all these Summer League numbers that some of these current NBA greats put up in Summer League, and how it didn't reflect at all the type of career that they were going to have. So we can't spend damn near an entire show yesterday talking about, Summer League numbers don't really matter and won't translate to anything, and then rip the team to shreds for a Summer League performance. But there's a difference between it's Summer League, it doesn't count, and it's Summer League, it doesn't matter, right? There's a difference between counting and matter. No, that does not count for anything. Those numbers will poof disappear into the ether. That loss poof disappears. It does not matter unless other than it impacts the Kings' ability to compete for a Summer League championship. Like that's the only way that it matters, or that it doesn't count. But it matters because that was a very familiar performance in terms of the Kings getting bullied, manhandled, pushed around, out physical. They lost the fight, as Doug Christie would say. That's a very familiar performance to what we saw with the Sacramento Kings a ton last season. And while I won't accuse them of the ultimate sin of like rolling over, because they never stopped fighting, they just got beat up and they weren't throwing punches back other than 2 guys.
Yeah, so after the game, clearly Dylan Cardwell, and you probably saw it on all of the Sactown sports media people's socials or just Sactown sports social pages in general. And he was very blunt in saying we were punked. We did not play to our identity, which then was followed up a question later on saying, well, what exactly is our identity or your identity? And we kind of have talked about this. They want to be a tough, don't push us around type of physical team. Well, they were none of that. And clearly Dylan felt that as well. Brooklyn was that team, honestly, from start to finish.
Yes.
Which was pretty impressive knowing they put it out of reach when they did, and they still gave them a hard time.
Yeah. Should we hear from Dylan Cardwell really quick? Here is from Sean Cunningham from KCRA3. Here is Dylan Cardwell after the Kings' beatdown loss at the hands of the Nets last night. Oh, do we have the PC audio up? Hold on. Well, we'll get that queued up in just a little bit. So while we're working on that. Oh, here we go. Nope. Still nothing. Still nothing on our end. All right, we'll get that figured out. No problem. But I mean, I appreciate the transparency from Dylan because he talked about that at the California Classic. Like, people aren't going to come into the Golden One Center and punk us anymore. But I promise you, they don't want to get punked on the road either.
Well, no. I mean, this was an embarrassment. And I know they lost 2 nights or the night before, but this was way more embarrassing.
Yeah.
I mean, to put you out of reach that early on in the game.
And so much of what was embarrassing was exactly what you said, that unfortunately it was the second-year guys that were kind of leading the struggles. Now, like I noticed, Maxime Reynaud had a really good game 1 on Sunday, even though the Kings lost to the Wizards. Max looked really good as an individual. You're like, okay, that's how a second-year player and an all-rookie team member should look in his first Summer League game, especially after playing international games for Team freaking France, right? And I noticed he had limited opportunities in that game, but I noticed they tried to run him in that Domantas Sabonis kind of top of the three-point arc, dribble handoff, and passing role where the offense flowed through him. They tried to do that again more last night. It was a disaster. I think he turned the ball over 4 or 5 times simply from from that spot, trying to distribute and just throwing bad, lazy passes. Credit to the Nets. They were playing passing lanes really well. They were playing very physical so that the Kings couldn't get comfortable.
Well, they're in a lengthy group, too.
True.
That's a lengthy group.
But some of those passes that Max was throwing were just like, they didn't have a chance.
He was off his game. And I understand, not every game's going to be perfect. But what's disappointing is when these veterans have an off night and they all have it together with the youth that they're trying to build with on the floor and trying to find that chemistry.
Yeah.
It makes the whole team look really bad. And then it makes, all of these other guys, and we're trying to get whatever we can out of these rookies, and it's been a struggle. I mean, I know Emmanuel Sharp was fine yesterday, but when it all comes down to it, Darius Acuff has struggled throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been able to find chemistry with these other guys either, because I don't think they've been playing spectacular.
Right. And let's be clear, too. This is not going to be like a bag on Maxime Reynaud and Nick Clifford fest or anything like that.
No, but it is what it is. If we're going to bag on other guys like Darius Acuff Jr., we're going to bag on the second-year players when they deserve it.
And what I think made it more prominent is you played a team in the Brooklyn Nets who also had a ton of second-year players playing.
Yeah, they had some good ones, too.
And like Demon was fantastic, and he was talking,
really good.
What? He was talking a lot of ish to Maxime Reynaud, and Max was going back at him, to be fair, but Demon was very much winning on the court.
He didn't win that battle.
No, Demon was fantastic. Danny Wolf, who's a second-year player, was really good. I mean, all 5 starters for the Brooklyn Nets scored in double figures, right? They just had their way with the Kings, and the Kings just, again, they didn't fold. It's not fair to say they quit or anything like that. They just didn't have an answer. They didn't know what to do. The entire group just got blitzed and beat up the entire time. And one thing that was clearly apparent to me too, Kayla, because we talked about at the end of yesterday's show, hey, what do we want to see in this game? One thing we wanted to see was Darius Acuff Jr. letting the game come to him a little bit more. I actually think he did a good job of that. We'll talk about that in a second.
Especially in the third quarter.
Yeah, well,
That's when it really...
I think he was forced to in the third quarter go, okay, now I got to get mine because nobody else is doing anything.
Yeah.
But in the first quarter, he was very much like, let me try and get my teammates involved. The other thing that we talked about, or at least I talked a lot about, I wanted to see more two-man game between Max and Darius. And to be fair, they tried. But those two are so far off the same page, it's ridiculous. There were a couple of plays where Acuff was trying to drop a pass off to Max, and he wasn't even looking for the ball, and it resulted in a turnover. That's going to come with time. They're going to get time, hopefully before training camp and during training camp, to work together. But that pick and roll looked terrible. Those guys did not look on the same page at all.
No, and I thought they'd look a little bit better. They had a day in between to, I don't know if they officially got into practice, but
I imagine they did.
I would have thought they would have. We'll see him again tonight, but I don't know if we'll see Max. I don't know if we'll see Acuff. I don't know yet. I know they've added a Friday game. I don't know who we're going to see on the floor tonight. I truly don't. But it is going to be a bummer if we don't see some of these guys that we want to continue to see the chemistry build between them, because this is one of the times to do it. I know training camp is the other biggie, but this is the time we're all seeing it.
Yes.
So this is what we're reacting to.
Right.
This is what we have to react to. We don't get to really react to training camp.
And we have 2 more games, not one more game like we thought, at least going into or to end yesterday's show. The Kings play the Celtics this evening or this afternoon. And then they'll play the Charlotte Hornets in the Cox Pavilion on Friday. I think it's like a 3 o'clock tip or 3:30 tip or something like that. That will end essentially the summer league for the Kings, as they are very unlikely to be any kind of postseason summer league team like they were last year. Dylan Cardwell didn't have a bad game necessarily. 8 points, 4 of 7 from the field, 7 rebounds. Didn't have a blocked shot, though, which is weird for him. Only 3 personal fouls, which is good for him. But ultimately, Dylan will tell you from himself and from the entire Kings team.
Probably want more.
Yeah, that performance was terrible. They did not have any physicality in the paint, although it's hard to defend the paint when you're giving up fast breaks over and over and over again. Let's try this again. Here's Dylan Cardwell after last night's loss.
Obviously, you talked a lot about not getting punked on the court and things like that. Obviously, this game didn't go the way you guys wanted to. What was Brooklyn doing, I guess, that had you guys kind of maybe out of rhythm?
All glory to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Great game by the Nets, but we were just soft. We didn't play to our identity. Yeah, we yourself.
How hard is that swallow? I mean, you guys...
It's terrible. Like, trying to build something for next year, getting punked. Can't let it happen again, so it's terrible.
I remember, obviously, those words that you had said about getting punked and then have this. Do you attribute it to anything? Is it just kind of contagious when turnovers start happening the way they were?
Definitely. Someone has to step up, and that's on me. It starts with me. Starts with Nick, starts with Max, starts with the second-year guys that want to change this team, want to change the organization. It's on us. It's not on the coaches. It's not on the front office. It's on the guys on the court. And so when the game gets sloppy like that, one of us has to step up, and none of us did today. It's a learning experience. We have a game tomorrow, and so we're excited for that opportunity.
Is stepping up kind of defined as just putting guys on their back and kind of willing you guys, or is there kind of a singular moment that it would almost represent a little bit different?
Yeah, we don't know what it is yet. We just know it was giving more effort than the other team, and we didn't have those plays consecutively. We had plays where Emmanuel would dive on the ground, guys would show effort, but it didn't stack. We couldn't stack those plays, and so we got to be better.
That's via KCRA3 and Sean Cunningham giving us that audio and that video from Dylan Cardwell post-game yesterday. Kayla, this is not intended to sugarcoat anything, although it does come off as that. It's truly not my intention. What stands out to me watching that video, in addition to hearing it, is the demeanor of Cardwell. Like, I know they're not going to be chipper after just getting their butts kicked.
Yeah.
But unlike last season, I'm not saying that the young players had fun last season while the Kings were 22-60. But a lot of that was not their responsibility. They just kind of took over as the Kings pivoted. You can tell now that at least Dylan and these second-year guys, from what Dylan talks about, and hopefully this carries into the regular season, even with Domas still here and Levine still here, you can tell those guys are now taking more ownership of whatever this team does is on us. It's not the veterans' problem anymore. It's the young guys. They're taking ownership of it, and at least if there's a positive from that, that's what I take from it.
Yeah, I mean, right now it is on them. Now, once the season starts, that still will go back to some of the veterans on the team just by how it is. Not saying they're going to lose all of that, but it is good to set the standard while they are the older guys in the room on the court right now. And in the future, we're hoping that they'll be around to be those guys as well. So I think Dylan's always had that in him. Even as a rookie, you could see just because he's a vocal guy and he's a little bit more outward with his personality, sometimes those leaders are more easy to identify than some of the ones that just lead by example, which I feel like in the future could be like a Darius Acuff Jr. type of personality.
Right.
And sometimes it's good to have both of those guys. But I do like the fact that he owned up and he spoke up and did not sugarcoat one thing and took responsibility himself
and put it on all the second-year guys.
Yeah, I thought that was really good, and I appreciate that by Dylan.
Well, going back to the California Classic here in Sacramento, Dylan said what he feels he's here to do is to remind everybody of the pillars, remind everybody of the standard, and hold everybody to that standard. Not that he's this king of the mountain that I do everything right and all you need to follow suit, but like, hey, what I can do is, in a way, because we know how well liked he is, how bright of a personality he is, he's one of those guys that can deliver the news that we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. We're not doing what we bought in or said we were buying in to do. And that will be received better than player X screaming at somebody. Like it just, you have different personalities on a team to deliver different messages for different reasons. So I think that was the perfect game to hear from Dylan Cardwell after, even though he'd much rather be talking about a win where he scored 40 points. Like, that's the perfect type of game to hear that from Dylan, to recognize and take ownership of, we were not good enough. Maxime Reynaud tried to rip his jersey in frustration while he was on the court, and that was just in the first half with the game that he had. And then Nick Clifford, we heard him on the morning show this morning, an interview with Jason Ross, but that was before last night's game was played. But Nick, I've been giving him a lot of credit for how decisive he's been with the basketball when it's in his hands. That's looked good. That's been progress. I'm sorry, Nick Clifford looked completely lost yesterday.
Yeah, and he's played a lot of basketball, like in the last how many days, which is not an excuse by any means.
Yeah.
But I think that it's It's interesting because I don't think any of the second-year players were good. And, yeah, that involved Nick Clifford as well. And I know people have their different takes on Nick throughout this summer league, going all the way back to the California Classic. I think I've liked what I've seen from Nick Clifford more than I haven't. I truly do. I think he is taking some risks. He is being a little more aggressive. He's still learning as a second-year player.
Sure.
So I've liked overall what I've seen from Nick, but it is really easy when there's a game like that it's hard to keep. It's like everything kind of positive, it kind of gets sucked out real quick. And not saying that takes away from his whole experience during Summer League this year, but it was rough.
Yeah. I want to address a comment from our text line from the 530. Maxime put out there that he had to be in Summer League. Even his comments sounded like he was put out. Also, do you think he takes it as disrespect that they're going after Jalen Duren? That last part I don't think is part of this at all. But I do want to address the fact that, Max was, I imagine, asked or told by the Kings to play. Nick Clifford said the same thing. He's
Nick said he was told.
I didn't really have a choice.
Yeah.
If you're bothered by that, I get it. Go out there and play well enough to where it's obvious you're on the next level and you don't need to be there. And people are going to give me grief for this, but this is the first example that I thought of. When in Marvin Bagley's rookie season, in the California Classic, the first ever California Classic game, De'Aaron Fox was asked to play in that game. This is year 2, De'Aaron Fox. He dominated in that game. He didn't play another game after that. Keegan Murray played in the California Classic a couple of years ago, had back-to-back like 40-point games or something like that. He scored 40 and then 30 or something.
Yeah.
Dominated those games. Was done. Was shut down because he didn't need to play anymore. He didn't need to score anymore. Max had a good first game, but dude, if you're pissed off, then you can't be getting pushed around and completely taken out of your flow like the Brooklyn Nets did.
Yeah, and we don't know that. We don't know if he was mad because he had to play again or, we don't know any of that stuff. He just had a bad night, I think.
But it's also very clear that if and I'm not saying Max is this way, but if these players feel like they're above playing in Summer League, well, the whole purpose of Summer League is to work on things in your game. And we saw the Kings trying to work on things specifically with Max, and they looked like they needed a lot of work.
I think the difference, I'm sorry, I'm not going to say that no second-year player should be excused from playing. I think it just depends on the organization and where they're at. And right now, this Kings team is nowhere close to the freaking mountaintop.
Right.
Like, they're at the freaking bottom.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't give a damn if you're a second or a third-year player. If they want you to play Summer League because it's going to benefit the team overall down the line, and you're trying to get these second-year players to work with these rookies so they can start to find some chemistry on the court, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Get out there and play basketball.
Well, the good news is Emmanuel Sharp and Darius Acuff Jr. did play well. They had good games. We'll talk about the games that they had because I don't just want to squeeze this in at the end of this first segment. We'll talk about the good that both of them did and how I felt Acuff was forced to kind of flip a switch in the second half, but he responded. It was a much more efficient game from Acuff, and then Emmanuel Sharp was just shooting from damn near the logo and was knocking everything down, and the hustle that he plays with was very needed in a game like last night. We'll talk about the performance of those two rookie guards. We also have to hear from Commissioner Adam Silver. He spoke as part of his press conference at the NBA Board of Governors meetings, and not a ton of great stuff, but some interesting stuff to react to involving the second apron and also the Kawhi Leonard trade and the ongoing Clippers investigation. We'll get to that and more on today's show. Frankie Cardicelli joins us from Las Vegas at 11 o'clock, and Henry Turner, Hank the High Flyer, joins us at 1 p.m. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Sactownsports.com is your online home for sports in Sacramento. Dive deep into the Kings, 49ers, Raiders, Giants, Athletics, and more with your favorite local personalities and some of the most trusted sports voices in the community. Stream Sactown Sports 1140. Watch original video content and read in-depth analysis all in one location. Sactownsports.com. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. As many of you know, my song Winning Streak is about my own personal struggles with addiction. I first sought help for my addiction at 14 years old. Start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org. The real you is worth recovery. Choose Change California provides access to proven treatment options for addiction to opioids and stimulants. ChooseChangeCA.org. This is your chance to recover your life.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early-stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Remember when a driving range was just a driving range? Yeah, Hagen Oaks doesn't remember either. Reserve one of 3 top Tracer bays from 6 to 11 p.m. at HagenOaks.com. Only 3 bays are reservable, while the rest of the range remains open for walk-ups. Play virtual golf, then grab food, drinks, and a seat in front of the TVs at the hangout. Throw in live music, and suddenly your quick stop at the range turns into hours of fun. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Side effects may include laughter, bragging rights, and one friend insisting he would have won if the wind wasn't blowing.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Folsom Chevy's making it very easy to get into a new truck. 0% financing for 5 years. No payments for 90 days on all new Silverado half-ton trucks in stock sold in July. Get details at FolsomChevy.com or swing by the Folsom Auto Mall.
Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
Wasn't a lot of fun watching the Kings get manhandled by the Brooklyn Nets yesterday over the television, Kayla. So I know the boys in Las Vegas probably didn't have the best of times being there, and the Kings themselves, we know, weren't having very much fun. We'll talk to Frankie Cardicelli at 11 o'clock. He was there to watch that beat down and experience the environment firsthand. So looking forward to chatting with him for the first time since he's been in Sin City. But at the very, very least, other than Emmanuel Sharp, who I give Sharp a ton of credit because while the Kings were completely flat and lacked energy in that first half, Sharp came in off the bench, was like, well, this is my opportunity to change the energy, and I'm going to do everything. And unfortunately, nobody matched his energy, but he tried. He came in, he fought, he was knocking down threes. He was the only reason why the Kings had really a pulse offensively for much of that first half. And there is criticism to point towards Darius Acuff Jr. with what I just said. Like Kimberly, who we absolutely love in our comment section, said something along the lines of like, when it mattered, Darius Acuff Jr. wasn't playing very well. I agree. I don't think Acuff played all that well in the first half, but what I felt Acuff was trying to do clearly, Kayla, was what we talked about. He started the game and he wasn't trying to force shots. He wasn't trying to, I got to make up for the horrible performance.
He was trying to actually find his teammates.
Yes, he was trying to play pick and roll with Max.
That's what I thought he was doing.
He was trying to get his teammates involved. He had a couple of really, really good passes and moments in this game offensively, but it wasn't until the third quarter when the Kings were getting their ass kicked and he looked around and he said, other than Emmanuel Sharp, nobody's scoring the basketball, that he said, okay, I got to start stepping up. And the best thing about the fact that Acuff started stepping up was that he shot efficiently. He was 9 of 18 from the field, 50%. 2 of 6 from three-point range. 33% is far below the 40% that he was at in college, but it's a lot higher than the 25% he's been shooting in summer league.
Yeah, I think it's hard sometimes because it's like we want to, when we see a bad game from him like 2 nights ago, the efficiency again was not there.
Yep.
It's easy to be like, that was a horrible game, that was a horrible game. But if he is more efficient, no matter the situation, you still have to give him credit for being more efficient. And I think, especially on a team like this, that there's so many moving parts right now, and there's so many guys trying to get familiar with everyone, but especially the point guard. And the point guard with the Maxime Reynaud type of situation where Max was not good.
Yeah.
And the tone was set from the jump last night from some of those guys where it made everything off. It made everything off, even for Acuff, I think, to like get in the flow. And so he even missed like a couple shots at the rim early on, but he was looking for his teammates to set him up, but everything was so off and they were turning the ball over so much, it was hard to generate offense. And so when he was asked in the third quarter, when it was given a runway for him to kind of go out there and try again to get his shot off, it was also a time Mikel Brown Jr. started to show. So it became kind of like a Mikel Brown Jr., Acuff one-on-one. And I liked it because I think they both stepped up to the challenge. And that's when I think we saw some of the best basketball out of those two was in that quarter. But you have to give him credit. I know that they were down by that much, but he was able to be more efficient with his shots.
And what you illustrated beautifully there is it's not that he was being passive in the first quarter to start this game by any means. He was just what we talked about, letting the game come to him more.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. I really liked his shot selection throughout this entire game because I felt his shot selection has been sporadic and chaotic for much of this summer because he's just, I'm trying to get mine. And this shot, I could hit this shot in Arkansas. And he's made a couple of pretty crazy shots. And he still scored like 6 of the Kings' first 10 points or something like that and was getting to the foul line. So it's not like he was sitting there going, I'm afraid to shoot because I shot so far. That's not what we're talking about here. He was just reacting to what the game gave him. And to be fair, the game wasn't giving him a lot, nor were his teammates because of how the Brooklyn Nets were playing defensively. Manizit is our guy, so I'm not taking a shot at you at all, Manizit, but this is one of those comments that kind of frustrates me when breaking down a game like this. Manizit says, Acuff had one good quarter in the third. Well, that's true. He scored 16 points in the third quarter. But if he didn't have a good quarter in the third quarter, we'd be talking about, well, he didn't do anything for the entire game. It's just there's always something. And in Summer League, you're looking for the negatives, you're looking for the positives, and you're not supposed to overwhelmingly focus on one side. Acuff had struggles in this game just like he struggled throughout Summer League. This was Acuff's best offensive game and most efficient offensive performance by far, which is what we were all asking for, and regardless of the final score. But it wasn't
in a win, and it was in a blowout, so it makes it look bad.
But that's the part that ultimately does not count, though.
We got to sometimes get over that part.
Because what we saw is, okay, during the regular season, there are going to be times where the Kings don't have it, and the Kings aren't playing well, and the Kings are getting their ass kicked. And what we saw in the third quarter is while everybody else was struggling to have a pulse and do anything, including the second-year guys, Max didn't do anything. Neek didn't do anything. Dylan is very limited in what he can do offensively. Other than Emmanuel Sharp, nobody was doing anything. So Acuff said, he stepped up and said in the third quarter, I'm going to go score. I'm going to do what I have to do. And if people want to call it meaningless points, okay, I guess you can do that. But what I saw was what we've been asking for, a more efficient scoring version of Darius Acuff Jr. And while that doesn't make up for all the negatives that we've seen through Summer League with him, and certainly the negatives in that game, that we can acknowledge the positive in what we saw from Darius Acuff Jr. in that game without having to find a way to discredit it or undermine it. That's all we're talking about here. It wasn't a perfect game, and we would much prefer the Kings win by 50.
Yeah,
but they didn't.
I think what I've seen, there's a lot of things that a lot of these guys have got to work on, but because Darius Acuff was the 7th overall pick, clearly there is a lot of focus on him, and I think more so right now because other guys around him are doing well.
Yeah.
And I think it's distracting to what our situation is as a Kings market. It's like it's so different from these other places. It's so easy to compare. Oh, that guy's balling out on this team doing that. That situation is much different from what's going on here in Sacramento. It just is. And I think what I've really liked from Darius Acuff Jr. is I've liked the vision I've seen on the court. He's able to find his teammate. And that's, you guys, that's going to get incredibly better once he is familiar with his freaking teammates. Yep. It's going to be really nice. He's also able to switch it in a different gear as he goes downhill. That's impressive. I think he's intimidating sometimes going to the basket for some of these defenders even. Sometimes not so much. They can, block him. But in some situations, it's fun because he can find a way to get to the hoop.
Yeah.
So
what I've learned the most about Darius Acuff Jr. in this summer league, and it's not good and it's not bad, it's just the reality. I know the scouting report for Darius Acuff Jr. when he's in the NBA immediately. The scouting report is on offense. Teams are going to blitz him and teams are going to play physical.
Well, yeah.
You're a rookie. You're not going to get the foul calls. We're going to make sure you're uncomfortable. You're going to have to hit tough shots because you're not getting good looks. Teams are going to blitz the hell out of him. And because we're seeing summer league teams do it with success. So imagine when he starts playing NBA defenses. They're going to blitz him. They're going to try and push him around and knock him off his game. And then on defense, Acuff is going to get intentionally switched on. He's going to get hunted. He's going to get isolated. It is going to be a true trial by fire his rookie year. And Darius Acuff Jr. wants the smoke. So does that mean he's going to be victorious every time? No. I'm certainly hoping he looks more good than he looks bad this season. But y'all, Darius Acuff Jr. is going to get put to the freaking test immediately.
Well, he's growing up in real time. Literally, he is going to grow up in real time.
It's not going to be any walk in the park, you have the green light, take 25 shots a game on a bad team, Darius. No, he is going to be isolated. And I'm anxious to see how he responds. That might make you nervous. To me, that excites me because if he's ready for that challenge as a rookie and show success as a rookie, imagine what he's going to be when he's, 23, 24 years old.
Right, but this is why we are still not even close to being the team that you guys are going to want to see night in, night out, and you're going to be like, oh man, this is a really good team, because he has to have other parts eventually help with this whole, what the team is going to look like and how he can become a better point guard is also going to help with what's out on the court with him. I mean, we talk about Jalen Brunson, and I know I love Jalen Brunson, and he put on a hell of a performance in especially the finals. But when it comes to the overall playoffs, guess who made his job a lot easier and was very helpful? And I don't think they would have gotten that far if it wasn't for Cat.
No.
Cat had a really good playoff for the most part. And
Absolutely.
I just don't think they would have gotten to that point. You have to have other parts working around your point guard as well.
OG Anunoby was humongous throughout that series. It's a team game for a reason, right? Ultimately, I saw a lot of what I wanted to see out of Darius Acuff Jr. in that game. Would I have rather it have been in a win? Sure. But what's more important, the Kings winning that game or Darius Acuff Jr. looking better? It's Darius Acuff Jr. looking better, and he did. So if I can pull a positive out of that, that's it. Now, does it outweigh how poorly the second-year guys played? Any concern you might have with that? Well, that's up to you and your own personal scale of happiness or sadness. Glass half full, glass half empty. Every fan has their own scale of what mattered more in that game. But from Darius Acuff Jr. having a more efficient scoring game to Emmanuel Sharp continuing to show that, I mean, if I'm Nick Clifford, and this is not truly just an overreaction to one game, because for the most part, like you said, in the summer, Nick's been playing better. If I'm Nick Clifford, during training camp, I'm looking over my freaking shoulder.
Well, yeah. I mean,
because Emmanuel Sharp's
getting
coming.
Those minutes.
He's coming for that backup two-guard spot.
He is. Absolutely he is.
Because Monk, I think we both agree Monk is going to be like the backup one, I guess, right? So that backup two's wide open.
Well, the backup two's wide open, and no doubt about it, whoever plays the backup two has got to bring a defensive game to the court.
Yes.
But if you can also add that offensive skill set in terms of what we see from Sharp and the three-point shot, that can start to outweigh what Neek is overall maybe able to do. And I'm rooting for Neek. I am a huge Neek fan.
Of course.
But what we're seeing right now early on, it's hard to take the hustle out of Sharp.
Yeah.
And that's something that we're seeing, night in and night out.
Emmanuel Sharp had more points last night than he played minutes. He had 23 points, 7 of 12 from the field, 6 of 11 from three-point range. He also had 4 steals in this game. He did turn the ball over 5 times. Acuff also turned the ball over 5 times.
I mentioned that earlier.
Which is the Nets' defense. And credit to the Nets. Their bench energy was great. Their coaching staff energy was great. They came in with a game plan and they executed it to perfection.
Can I say one thing? And I've heard a couple people talk about it's summer league. You can't just be like, oh yeah, the coaching. I don't know. I feel like there's a little bit of staleness on.
Don't do that to Chris Darnell.
I don't know.
Leave Chris Darnell alone.
I don't see a lot of the excitement on the bench.
I will say
I am going to say that.
That's fair.
So I might get in trouble for that, but
I will say we didn't see a lot of adjustments when the Kings were getting their butts kicked. Certainly, they looked like deer in the headlights last night. And I think what was disappointing was the Kings in the second quarter, mainly because of Emmanuel Sharp, battled back and cut the 30-point lead down to 20-ish. Okay, you go into the halftime break, regroup. We all needed that halftime. Come out of halftime, and I'm pretty sure the Nets got 3 dunks right out of halftime. And then it was that was it, other than Acuff scoring. That was it. The game was over. It's make an adjustment.
Look, but that's what I'm talking about, too, with the coaching. I'm going to tell you right now, when I heard Mikel Brown Jr. after the game literally bring up the fact that we had to get them back, they'd been eyeing this game.
Yes.
They'd been eyeing this game. The coaches knew they were eyeing this game.
Yeah.
Because the way they played, not only defensively, but with some of these jams and some of these exclamation points, they wanted to school the Kings, and they did it.
Yeah, it's pretty rare in summer that you get to face a team twice.
Yeah.
So when you lose a game, a lot of competitors naturally, when you lose, you want to get your get back. Let's run it again. Run it back. Let's do it again. You could tell the Nets had that energy. But again, in addition to that, the Nets are kind of looking across the court and looking in a mirror, because if there is a team that is similar to them in the Summer League that features a lot of second-year players that got a lot of playing time last year, it's the Kings.
Yeah.
And the Nets said, all right, we're very similar. We still going to beat you. We're going to embarrass you. And they did.
They did. And by the way, I read an article that pretty much said Mikel Brown Jr. asked to play, he asked to be on defense against
Acuff,
because they weren't going to put him on Acuff. And he was like, no, I want to be put on Acuff. So I thought that was fun, too.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him. We'll take the break. When we come back, in addition to Summer League basketball, we had, I think it was the All-Star game, except the National League didn't show up. We'll talk about that next. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
The Kings started the preseason red hot, but have come back to earth after a blowout loss to the Brooklyn Nets at Summer League. With missed opportunities and poor execution now coming to the surface. How will Sacramento's young core respond to their first taste of adversity?
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Country in the Park 2, presented by your California Army National Guard, October 23rd at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Russell Dickerson. Plus more. Enjoy line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bull, and food trucks. Tickets start at just $70. Country in the Park 2, October 23rd at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra, the California Office of Traffic Safety, and Caltrans. More info at CITPFest.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, a Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. I've heard you're extending the 4th of July sales event because the deals were just so good.
They were the best deals of the year, and we wanted to keep the savings going. Right now, you can save up to $14,000 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 2500 and 3500 heavy duties. Plus, save thousands more with 0% financing for 60 months.
Wow. $14,000 off MSRP and 0% financing. That's crazy.
At Hoblet, our goal is to get you the hard-to-find heavy-duty truck you need at the best price possible. Plus, we have over 600 Rams available.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection, and now, unbeatable interest rates. $14,000 total net savings on select new 2026 Ram 2500 Laramie after $9,500 dealer discount and factory incentives. Incentives include $500 on-the-job upfit with eligible upfit, $1,000 Hoblet business owner bonus with proof of business ownership, $1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade, 0% financing for 60 months on approved credit through SFS, $16.67 per thousand borrowed, 10th this net savings. See dealer for details.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older and you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Now through July 26th at Big O Tires, get $200 in savings on 4 select Michelin or BF Goodrich in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra. Savings include $120 instant plus $80 rebate. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
If you did not watch the MLB All-Star Game yesterday from Philadelphia, well, you didn't miss anything because it was a dud.
Dude, what a joke.
The AL, American League, beat the National League 4-0. You're damn right. Go A's.
Go Mariners.
Yes, all of us. But it was a 4-0 shutout where the National League struck out 15 times and was held to just 3 hits in an all-star game. Now, pitchers are all-stars too. Don't get me wrong. So it's not like, pitchers are supposed to be there and throw lobs like it's slow pitch.
And they play for, or they are out there for an inning.
And yes, and they play for pride too, because pitchers are like, oh, it's a hitter's league now. It's home runs, launch angle, all this. Watch me strike you out, sucker. Like, I admire and can acknowledge that the pitchers did their job to perfection, in an all-star game. But from a viewership standpoint, we already don't like Rob Manfred. He probably wasn't even watching himself. But from a viewership standpoint, with how offense sells, that game was terrible.
It was really bad. And I will say this about Philly. As much as Philly fans annoy me sometimes, I do think they were a really good host city this year.
They were.
And they honestly made it fun for the most part. But even the Philly fans, when you looked up in the stands in the 8th inning, 7th inning, like they were all gone.
Yeah.
I mean, half of them were gone. And I think losing the home field advantage in the World Series has affected like how these guys care about really playing.
Yes.
Because what's happening is these pitchers, these some of these big names, they are kind of, especially the pitchers, I should say, they're saving their arms, or their organization is trying to save their arms for when the second half of the season comes about.
Yeah.
And I think like that's playing into why they don't play. They want all the hoopla and the hollering and the, we're all-stars, but then they don't want to play in the game.
Right.
And it's now kind of watering down the product, and especially because there's nothing on the line anymore. So, at least in the past, and I know some people didn't like it, I actually liked it.
I did like it too, but I understand the argument that, like, why would you let an American, because every team gets an all-star. So why would you let someone from the Colorado Rockies, no disrespect, or why would you let Logan Webb from the Giants, with how bad the Giants are, potentially impact the Dodgers having home field advantage in the World Series? Like, I get that argument,
that part of
but
it.
I was with you because at least something was on the line. At least you gave me a reason
now there's
to
nothing.
care. Now it's a glorified, like, the home run derby is more entertaining than the All-Star game because you know at the home run derby you're going to see fireworks.
Yep.
In that All-Star game, you're hoping to see fireworks. 3 out of the 4 runs were scored in the first inning. And then there was a home run from Miguel Vargas later. But, like, that was it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Richie, hello.
I hear what you're saying about the All-Star game. My question would be, what do you guys want out of the Major League Baseball All-Star game that you're not getting? Because I feel pretty confident that it's the best All-Star game in North American professional sports.
That's not saying a lot.
By far.
I think
that's because everything else is dog crap.
True. Low bar to clear.
Yeah.
So yesterday we talked about this. I am not the target audience for All-Star games. I just don't think All-Star. The only thing I really pay attention to from any All-Star game or All-Star weekend is the 3-point contest and the home run derby. Like, those are the only things I really pay attention to. Dunk contest maybe, but it's been poor compared to what it's been in years past. So All-Star doesn't really speak to me that much anyway, mostly because my team's very rarely have superstars to feature in All-Star games too.
Rockies fan here.
But, but I agree that MLB's All-Star game format is the closest thing to a traditional game that's out there.
It's the best one that's out there.
In major sports like flag football in the NFL, forget about it. I could care less.
Mm-hmm.
But
NHL's format's improving.
Well, yeah, the tournament. What do they call it? The Tournament of Nations.
Four Nations.
Four Nations.
That was.
Been
I don't even consider
phenomenal.
that like an All-Star game. That was just something epic.
That's like putting the World Baseball Classic during All-Star weekend of the. Like, it's just, that's different. I think the NBA All-Star game far outperformed the MLB All-Star game this year or this season.
I'd agree with you on that.
But will the MLB All-Star game continue to be that unless Victor Wembanyama stirs the pot? I don't know.
I just think, Richie, not having those stars is affecting it.
Like
Do you get what
Shohei?
I'm saying? Like, just having people tune in, just even if it is for a little bit of time, to watch those guys. Because those are the guys right now that are really bringing people to MLB and why they're, on a little bit of a high. But that could quickly go away, too, with this whole strike that's happening.
I got to witness an All-Star weekend in person. They held it in Colorado when I was still living
I have
there.
too in Cincy.
And it was actually more entertaining and fun, even in a low-scoring situation. Because most All-Star games, I know last year's was like 7-6. It was kind of a high-scoring game by All-Star game standards. But a lot of them are like 2-1, 3-2.
Yeah.
Because I think inevitably something that Major League Baseball is not going to be able to avoid is the highest of the high elite level pitching in baseball is just way better than the highest of the high elite level hitting. Like the Paul Skeens and the Shohei Ohtanis of the league are just going to be able to have more of an impact than the Aaron Judges and I guess Shohei on the other end of his skill set hitting the baseball. So I guess it's maybe not satisfying the points, runs, score element, which I agree with. which is why I think, like, even though the World Cup has been really exciting, that's why a lot of American sports fans don't really love soccer, because it's like I spent 120 minutes watching a 0-0 draw at the end of it. But I will say that I think that, especially now that it means more with the home advantage in the World Series element of it, I don't know what more I could ask of them other than maybe the guys just happening to show up and structuring things in a way that maybe makes it a little bit more exciting.
Right.
But the home run derby without the clock, to me,
was great.
Well, yeah, and
infinitely better.
we talked about that all yesterday. We gave
great.
plenty of flowers to the home run derby yesterday. The only bad thing about the home run derby, it was not marketed properly with it being on Netflix, and a lot of people didn't even know it was happening or forgot. And then, we're like, oh, that was the home run derby? We missed it? So that was the one thing, again, that Rob Manfred, I think, fails at overall with MLB, is he doesn't know how to market properly.
I'll say this before we break. It was poetic in a way, because you remember, like, when Matt Cain and Tim Lincecum and that era, that was the like 3 or 4 year period where pitching was the star power in Major League Baseball. Like, you went to go see a pitching duel, you went to go see a perfect game or a no-hitter potentially, because of just how many dominant arms there were in the league. Now is the era of launch angles and home runs and Cal Raleigh doing what he did last year and just these moonshot hitters. And it was poetic to see in this hitting era of Major League Baseball, pitchers come out and go, yeah, we're striking out these All-Stars 15 times. Like, there's just something poetic to it, because they did their job, and it was cool if you're a pitcher.
Right.
But from a general, I think, consumer, you're probably sitting there going, I'm bored out of my mind. Why is everybody striking out?
I know.
Thought these were the best players in the world. But it's hard to hit a baseball that's going 102 miles per hour. Newsflash. Don't know if anybody knew that. Plus breaking balls that start at your head and end in the dirt before you know it. I could never do it. We'll take the break. When we come back from Las Vegas, our friend Frankie Cardicelli will join us to share his perspective on what he saw in the Thomas and Mack Center last night and how this entire summer league has been going from his perspective. It's Frankie Cardicelli with us next on Matt and Kayla, Sactown Sports.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Skeeter here, my card. Field Tech, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District. I never met a Culex terrasalis I didn't want to smack. That's Latin for mosquito. Hey, it's time again to fight the bite. Time to protect yourself from West Nile virus by applying insect repellent. Once a week, drain stagnant water and report dirty green swimming pools. Ew. They're breeding grounds.
The Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you it's time to fight the bite.
My card never gets old.
For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave.
What's up? It's Matt George.
What's good? It's Alan Stiles.
With the most trusted voices in the community.
This is Jason Ross.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson.
It's Whitey Gleason.
Ready to help promote your business, both as partners and customers. All you have to do is ask. Pick up the phone, dial pound 250 and say, grow my business to get connected with a team member today. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. Our team will review your product, quickly pair you with a perfect endorser, and create video and audio samples, all at no cost or obligation to you. With the most live and local on-air lineup, a dynamic content-driven website, and a state-of-the-art mobile app, Sactown Sports 1140 is tailor-made to help you connect with a sports audience in Sacramento. So why wait? Dial pound 250 today. Say, grow my business, and let us help take you to the next level.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader. It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
We are working on getting connected to the Sack Shack in Las Vegas, as they call it. Frankie Cardicelli down there as part of the Sactown Sports crew in Sin City. He was in the building last night at the Thomas and Mack Center to witness the Kings beat down at the hands of the Brooklyn Nets last night. Looking forward to chatting with him, getting his perspective on everything. He, of course, is at the head of the digital team here at Sactown Sports that is pumping out content left and right, does incredible work. Looking forward to having Frankie join us here in the near future. Curious about his perspective on everything, Kayla, especially when it comes to balancing the good and the bad that matters from how yesterday's game went. Because, like we talked about in the first hour, there's a very fine line between it doesn't count and it doesn't matter. And I clearly, with what we heard from Dylan Cardwell after the game and what we know of how last season went, the familiarity and the all too familiar struggles of Sacramento in yesterday's game, that speaks volumes to me. And you can see how a lot of those struggles could very well translate to the regular season once we get to October.
Yeah, and it is still so early, and they're going to finally, eventually have a training camp to get everybody out there together.
Right.
Vets, second-year players, rookies, which, again, it's not going to happen overnight. I think we're going to see a little bit of chaos to start the season. I'm not going to lie, till we really get everybody familiar with each other and know how to play together. And that's, again, part of something that's a task of Doug's. It's going to be really a big challenge.
Mm-hmm. Part of what I'm not trying to overreact, but things that I'm just trying to take away is what makes sense and what doesn't. And it's been very clear, and I think it's more because of the time that they've had together on the court and in practice more than anything else. But Acuff has played better with Dylan Cardwell more than he's played with Maxime Reynaud. And again, time together matters. But I think there is something to maybe down the road, Scott Perry might get to the point where he feels, hey, with a scoring point guard like Acuff, a traditional rebounding, rim protecting, lob threat center might be what the Sacramento Kings need. And while I love Dylan Cardwell and he has all of those elements to his game, we're talking about someone who is likely going to be a rotation big, a la a Mitchell Robinson, right? Like the Knicks wouldn't be the Knicks if Mitchell Robinson was their starter. Now, we saw what Jalen Brunson did with Karl Anthony Towns, who's more of an offensive-minded center, which makes us more hopeful that it could work.
Right.
But I understand on paper if people look at like a Jarrett Allen or look at a Chet Holmgren or some of these like rim protecting traditional centers in that sense. I know Chet can space the floor and go, that's probably what Acuff needs to play with more. So time will tell.
It's like I said, it's still gonna be a couple years.
Yeah. Let's go out to the Sack Shack now. Frankie Cardicelli joining us. Frank, hope Las Vegas is treating you well. I hope you're enjoying the sunshine as much as you possibly can, or avoiding it at all costs with how hot I'm sure it is out there. But you braved the heat enough to get into the Thomas and Mack Center last night and witnessed a pretty uncomfortable beatdown for the Sacramento Kings. 1, how are you? 2, what did you make of what we witnessed yesterday for Sacramento?
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm very warm. Very, very warm right now. Richie's just going to give me a hard time. Sam, I'm looking like Alan with the sleeveless shirt and the glasses on.
There we go.
It's like I have to. It's hard out here, man. It's 105 already. It's 11 a.m. It's going to be 110 degrees today.
Nice shot.
If you've been to Vegas before, you understand how the heat here is different, and it just feels different. And, there's Alan right here. Was kind of in the background. You want to say hello?
Is he saying hi? Is he still running 40-yard dashes or something?
He said he's feeling pretty sore right now. And I told him right before we filmed that I was worried about him. And to his credit, he was flying. He was getting after it. And the results are coming later today.
Where are you doing 40-yard dashes?
In the street. I actually was in my room working on the morning show, and Alan knocks on my door and is like, I need you to come help me film this 40-yard dash. And Chris Watkins was running the camera. I had the timer, and might have been a little generous with him, but I think it's an accurate reading. But he'll talk to you guys about it later today. But it was a fun time, and no former collegiate baseball players were hurt in the filming of that segment today.
I was worried about that. I was like, we do not want Alan on crutches for the rest of Summer League in Vegas. That would not be fun.
No, he's okay. He's going to stretch it out and, probably get in the pool. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Little recovery, as they say, in the sports world. He has to get his recovery. So we'll get that going today.
We already have people in the comment section commenting on Frankie's look and Frankie flexing the fact that they've got property enough to do a 40-yard dash in Las Vegas. Frank, like we said, you were in the Thomas and Mack Center yesterday. You and an entire crew are sitting pretty close to courtside behind one of the baskets. You're often caught on camera, so behave yourselves. You never know what'll be caught on the broadcast. But the Sactown sports crew being front and center to witness that yesterday. It's Summer League, and the line that we've been using is there's a difference between a game, the Summer League doesn't count and Summer League doesn't matter. There was a lot from that game that thankfully doesn't count, but definitely does matter in terms of the development of the Sacramento Kings. What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of bad, obviously. It was kind of unfortunate to kind of get settled in there. And of course, we're on it was day 2 yesterday. We're a full day there, and just kind of hoping we can get some good game, gameplay, good topics, conversation, whatnot. And like you said, though, Matt, and kind of what you talked about in your podcast as well. And things are kind of getting loud right now, or were loud leading into yesterday's game about Darius Acuff and how he's been playing. And, Summer League is kind of a crapshoot, and you just never know what you're going to get. And I think the numbers, to your point, are not where they should be or where people want them to be. But at the same time, the sample size is so small. And this is a lot of these guys' their first 5-on-5 really in months, which is, I know, been said by the coaching staff. The players have said that themselves, haven't played since March. And I look more at what Acuff is doing as far as the fact that he's not shying away. He's not deterred from continuing to have his offense first approach, which is obviously the most of his game. But he's not shying away from taking shots. And that kind of goes hand in hand with what Emmanuel Sharp is doing. And someone like him, who second-round pick, looking to kind of prove himself. And he was making a lot of great plays last night, both on both ends of the floor. On the defensive end, obviously, is where I think a lot of Kings fans are noticing he can really kind of bring something to the table there. But his ability to be a knockdown shooter is something that I'm looking at as something that could help this team. And someone like Acuff, who, when his game is right, his court vision, he can create for his teammates. And if he has players like Sharp and Keegan Murray on the perimeter, if Keegan's going to be a bounce back candidate for this year, that's exciting. But I look more at results like that, versus wins or losses. Obviously, the fact that they're down by 30 points is not ideal from a competitive standpoint, but no one's going to remember a game you lost by 30 in Summer League. And I hate to say it, but no one's going to remember a game that you scored 30 or 5 points in the Summer League either. It's just about kind of seeing the tendencies of what these guys do and how they like to play and kind of where they can maybe help. And I just kind of think that the whole Acuff has struggled conversation has been severely overblown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Frankie, I think for me, my identifier that I was so frustrated with was the tone and how it was not set from the jump yesterday by the second-year players. I know it was a game that he had that was great on Sunday for Max, but this game from the jump from Max was not great, and he's not the only one out of the second-year players who struggled. But just with those turnovers so early on, it just felt like it just sucked the life out of this team from the jump.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think with Max in particular, he's someone who, great showing the other night after playing in FIBA and having 2 great games there with the French national team. And first game in Vegas, he really kind of set the tone early and was getting it done on the boards and scoring the basketball. As the work around the paint, we could really see he's kind of trying to become more of a polished scorer. But last night, just wasn't really the same result. And I saw him try to make a couple of good plays, a couple of good passes, and they just weren't there, maybe trying to do a little bit too much. And again, that's what Summer League is for. You test the boundaries, you try kind of new things. And Max is someone who the offense ran through him a good amount last year, near the end of last year. And we'll see if that remains to be the case with Domantas Sabonis in the picture this year, or at least it looks like Domas is going to be in the picture to start the season. How does Max fit? Where does he get his minutes? Will they play alongside each other? That obviously would mean a lot less creation in Max's case, but he's kind of trying to show he has that in the bag, that he can not just score and rebound, but find the open man, find the cutter, find someone going back door. But Brooklyn, and we know it's a Jordi Fernandez team, they're definitely a team that's going to be prioritizing defense. And the size, in my opinion, was kind of a real problem yesterday for Sacramento. I think everyone on the court yesterday was dealing with a mismatch at one point, because Brooklyn just has a lot of guys who can go out there and make you uncomfortable. And that's exactly what they did. So out the gate wasn't ideal. They never recovered. And there were some good stretches there. I think in the third quarter, Acuff scored 16 of his 26 in the third quarter. And they trimmed it to, I think, 18. I was telling Chris Watkins, if they can just get it to 20, near the end of the third, they can at least make it somewhat interesting and just kind of keep everyone engaged. And, players stayed engaged late in the game. Things got chippy, but, for the wrong reasons. And, like you said, Kayla, it just seemed like from the beginning, it just seemed like the game was kind of over.
Sactown Sports' own Frankie Cardicelli joining us from the Sac Shack headquarters in Las Vegas. Frankie donning the sunglasses and the sleeveless shirt out there in the heat, although he's confused our chat a little bit. Johnny G is confusing Frankie for Tom Cruise. We have someone who's thinks we're talking to Michael J. Fox. I saw a young Seth Green.
Wow.
So we've got a celebrity on with us. We just don't know who it is on Sactown Sports right now.
Tom Cruise and I, we're actually birthday buddies, Tom Cruise and I. So maybe that's the... Yeah.
Is he a Yankee fan too there?
I don't know if he's a fan of anything outside of just movies and hanging off sides of planes and climbing skyscrapers. And
that's a good point,
that guy's a psycho in a good way, I think, or maybe a bad way. Who knows? It depends if you like Tom Cruise or not.
Frankie, going back to Maxime Reynaud, one thing that you take Summer League and it's like, what is worth being concerned about in Summer League, right? And if I wouldn't say I'm at the level of concern, there's certainly no reason to press the panic button with anything from one game from Maxime Reynaud. But we very clearly have seen the Kings attempt to use him in a Domantas Sabonis-esque role. You said they ran a lot of the offense through Max towards the end of last season, but that was more as like a pick and roll downhill threat and less of the top of the key or the top of the arc, balls running through you, DHOs, drop-off passes, things of that nature, which is very much the Domantas Sabonis game. And it would make perfect sense to me, whether the Kings are going to explore using Max and Domas on the floor at the same time, that when Domas is off the floor, if you can run the same offense through another skilled center, then you can just do the same thing for all 48 minutes. So that makes sense. But what stood out to me, especially in yesterday's game, is he did not look comfortable in that spot at all, and he did not even look close to on the same page with Darius Acuff Jr. I'm sure stuff like that will be naturally better with time, so that's where I'm not concerned or panicking necessarily. But there also is going to be monitoring, in my opinion. Are you trying to force a square peg into a round hole and trying to make Max into something he's not, which it's very rare to find a center that can do what Domantas Sabonis does.
Yeah, and I think we kind of saw like the hope when the Kings got Jonas Valanciunas back, a year and a half or so ago, was that he kind of can fill that Domas void when he's off the floor. The minutes when Domas was off were such a challenge for Sacramento season before last, and Valanciunas was someone who could score around the basket and set big, good screens. And he actually was a decent passer. Max is someone who you're seeing it right now. You're working out all the, just kind of trying to find if that's going to be something he can do and help with. And another thing to note is he wasn't there during the California Classic. He wasn't there during the practices leading into Summer League.
Right.
There's still a lot of chemistry that has to be developed, and it probably isn't going to be developed over this 1 week in Las Vegas. So these guys are going to have to get in the gym once Summer League's over, and they obviously will. There's a lot of things you can say about Max and Darius, but the work ethic is not one anyone can question.
Sure.
They have to figure out how they can help each other. But the larger conversation, like you said, Matt, is can he become that kind of player? And it's hard to know. Obviously, I think that when you have someone on the floor like a Darius Acuff, someone who you hope can be a 6 to 8 assist guy. I know that John Calipari expects him to be nearly a 10 assists per game kind of guy. And that's kind of a different table setter than the Kings have had in recent years. De'Aaron Fox, like Acuff, was a point of attack scorer, and someone who could find his teammates too. I think it was his second year. He averaged 7 assists per game, and that was the most he averaged in his career. But it's hard to know what kind of player they're going to be so early in the summer and in the offseason. But I think it's a lot to expect of Max to kind of become your Domantas Sabonis 2.0. That's obviously what you'd hope, because, just reading tea leaves, it seems like Domantas Sabonis isn't going to be a player that this core is going to be with for years and years to come. I could be wrong, but it just seems like it's trending that way. Yeah. So you have to kind of find out, is that what you want as one of your offensive hubs? Can Max be someone that can help you create, or are you going to have to, look at someone like a Dylan Cardwell who can just be your shot blocking big and you create, with Max elsewhere? So they have options, I guess, is the important point, and they're still trying to figure out a lot, and that includes backup point guard spot. Is Nate Clifford someone who can fit in there? There's other questions for this roster that to figure out before training camp, and Max's role with Domantas Sabonis and with Dylan Cardwell in the mix. That's when they have to figure out how to juggle these three centers.
Frankie Cardicelli with us here on the Matt and Kayla Show. He is down in Vegas at the Sack Shack. You can see the beautiful palm trees in the background there, and we were speaking a little bit about this, I think the segment before, Frankie, but we talked about Emmanuel Sharp, and for the most part, he's been really good in Summer League, really entertaining to watch. Obviously, on defense last night, he was able to knock down some of those long shots from beyond the arc. But when it comes to him and his legitimate minutes next season or this upcoming season, could we see a situation where maybe he could leapfrog Nate Clifford?
I think it's on the table. I think that the aspect that Neek maybe could play backup point guard might be able to make it work so they both get minutes. Mm-hmm. But I think that there's a really good chance he has rotational minutes come opening night, even because he's someone who fits those pillars that Scott Perry has talked about. He's someone who Doug Christie, we know how much Doug loves defense and hustle and grit. And that's a player. I mean, you see last night him just making things happen. I think Chris or Brendan captured that, him diving for, really diving for a steal, poking the ball loose and turning it over, which led to a bucket on the other end. That's the kind of skill set that the Kings have been really missing or needing. And it's why fans fell in love with Keon Ellis when he kind of came onto the scene. Like, this is someone who kind of fits that mold, and that's kind of the comp I see the most because of the 3-and-D aspect of his game. But that's a player the Kings have really, really needed, especially since the Beam team era began, and why they maybe fell short in a couple ways. And is he going to be a all defensive first or second team type of player, or someone who can become a Lou Dort or a Bruce Bowen, a glue guy on like a contending team? Who knows yet? Like we talked about, Summer League, things are very fluid and ever changing. But I think just as far as the archetype of player that he is, it's something the Kings are excited about, and something that I think that the Kings rotation could really use going into next year.
Frankie, as you know, you don't just watch an NBA Summer League game to see who's playing and how they play. You also watch to see who is there, who's attending. And, of course, we've seen Doug Christie sitting courtside, Scott Perry sitting courtside, and then some of the other faces to join Scott Perry. We had Domantas Sabonis was there. DeMarcus Cousins was there a couple of games ago, which I know got a lot of attention. Zach LaVine decked out in his Raiders gear last night, sitting next to B.J. Armstrong and Scott Perry. How much do you take out of that, in particular with Zach LaVine? We know that he chose to take the money. Hard to blame him for doing that. We heard before you all left for Las Vegas and Scott Perry left for Las Vegas in his media scrum where he said, like, as of right now, everybody's a volunteer. There are no hostages. He's laid out what the expectations are for the veterans and Zach LaVine who are returning. Do you make anything of Zach in particular being courtside and the expectation of how bought in he will be to this current iteration of where the Sacramento Kings are at in their rebuild?
I think it's noteworthy. I think both Domas and Zach LaVine showing up is fairly noteworthy, and it kind of speaks to the fact that pros being pros, and the fact that there were many trade rumors and many reports that have linked them to their eventual exit out of Sacramento. And I think the fact that they didn't have to come, they didn't have to show up, but they still did, because whether they're here for another month or a year or longer, they have a chance to make an impact on these players who are here right now and the rookies. And regardless of what happens to Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine, the Neat Cliffords, the Darius Acuffs, the Sharps, the Cardwells, the Reynos, they have nothing really to do with that. They're not in the front office, they're not in ownership trying to make these decisions, and they're just guys who are trying to kind of carve out their role and carve out their careers in the NBA. Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine, all-star talents, they're people who can kind of take a Reyno, a Sharp, and an Acuff for sure under their wing and kind of show them the ropes. And who knows if they did, but I'm sure the fact that sitting with Scott Perry, I'm sure the conversations were had and common ground. If it hasn't been found, it should be found. It looks like it has been going into the season to say, let's just kind of go into the year and see what happens and help the best that you can. I mean, you don't want to go into a year just expecting to run out the clock and get paid and move on. You want to try to win the games that you're playing. I mean, that's the nature of a competitor. And that's what Zach LaVine and Sabonis have shown during their time here, that things may be getting hard, but they want to win. And, as long as they're here, they're going to do that. And showing up and being with the guys and you can call it showing face if you want, if that's what you want to call it. I do think there's some, that holds some weight and is important because, this team needs the culture to be reset, and they're in the process of doing that. And I think that Scott has done a really good job of starting that process. But the guys who are here before and the guys who have the most status, they can help even more. And it looks like they're doing that.
Frankie, I'm curious as your take on Alex Karaban so far, because clearly, let's not sugarcoat it. It hasn't been the most impressive, but he did have that injury early on in the California Classic before he got to play in any of those games, which he didn't. Is there anything that you can put your finger on of why it might just not be flowing for him?
Yeah, I mean, obviously coming off an injury, an ankle injury right after getting drafted, and you miss practices and kind of playing catch up, that could be it. I think the comfortability just wasn't really there, especially in the first game or so. Yesterday, I liked a little more of what I was seeing from him. The defensive end, I think that's going to obviously raise a lot of concerns. Same with Acuff, that those are going to be the things that people are going to look for the most. I think the shots will fall. But I looked at the fact that he's someone who was crashing the boards on every play. I'm seeing Alex Karaban just take off to crash. And more times than not, coming away with the rebound or poking the ball loose. Those are the kind of plays that I think he can, they're small and they don't show up in the box score, but just shows he's trying to make a difference however he can and trying to impact the game, even if his offense isn't working. And that's someone who's comes from a winning program. Obviously, it's been talked about on these airwaves at length about the fact that Sacramento was building a culture with players who come from winning programs, and someone like Alex Karaban, there's no one who's won more in college basketball than him. So I'm looking at the fact that he hasn't been able to practice with this group very much. It's a small sample size. Coming off an injury, that kind of means you might want to hold back and not maybe push it 100% just yet, but you're feeling good enough to play. You don't want to make things worse. But I do think there's a good player in there. And again, it's so early and there's a lot that could change. And we'll see who's available today. We don't know who's playing for sure today, but I'd imagine we see him at least one more time, and hopefully you can just kind of see him put together a good game and go into the summer on a high note.
Well, Frank, before we let you go, you guys are pumping out content left and right over there. Of course, you're going to be in the Thomas and Mack Center for today's game later on. But what can the people expect from the Sactown Sports crew for the remainder of this week in Las Vegas?
A lot, man. We were just talking in there about how much we have kind of queued up and some player interviews with Jason Ross, who has a lot of great stuff with him. Chris Watkins has been just a nonstop, just manufacturer of video content.
What else
there's
is
a lot coming out with. I mean, the guy's just a miracle worker. But there's going to be the infamous Allen 40 will be out today. I believe you saw Allen had a nice conversation with the Kang Gang pod, but you guys had a nice talk with them too. A lot of funny stuff there. More Whitey's wake up content is on the way. Him poolside, just I was wondering if he's gonna get the guitar out because he's so talented with that, but I don't think he was able to find one. I think he thought about renting one, but I don't think it happened.
Huh.
So, but no, we and then obviously game content post game. But yeah, we couple more days here, and now we have 2 more games to go to. We get to see them play on Friday as well, and who knows who'll be suiting up for that one. But a lot of good stuff here, and I can't say enough just how much I appreciate you guys and the producer for getting guests and having your content, but obviously Chris, Brendan, Whitey, Jay, Allen, I guess I'll throw home some thanks. But so far it's been a really, really fun week, and we're only halfway done, so stay tuned.
Keep up the great work with what you're doing out there, especially with dinner plans. The dinner plans have been phenomenal. So keep up the great work with that.
Oh, gosh.
We had a plan last night. We talked about it.
Yeah, we heard.
I heard J. Ross bailed on y'all.
Yeah.
He said, "Nah, I'm good. No thanks."
So the timing didn't work out.
He had his own plans. So Jason, we're in a very good spot. We're a very happy 1140 family, and there's no animosity. Okay, that's very important to know.
Well, that's boring. But all right, fine. Well, you guys be your happy little family while cranking out the amazing content that you're doing over there in Vegas. I'm sure we'll talk to you over the course of the remainder of the week, and then, of course, safe travels home. We're looking forward to seeing you back here in the 916. But appreciate you, Frank. Have a good one.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Frankie.
That is Tom Cruise / Michael J. Fox / Frankie Cardicelli in a cutoff shirt and sunglasses in Las Vegas. We'll take the break. When we come back, hey, you know how much we love grades on this show.
Oh, boy.
Bleacher
Here
Report graded the top rookie performances in Summer League. It might make you mad, but we'll talk about it right here on Sactown Sports.
The end result went against the Kings in a major way, but rookie guard Emmanuel Sharp once again made the most of his Summer League opportunities. After another strong night from the floor, with exceptional effort on defense, has Scott Perry potentially found another steal in the second round of the draft?
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Your game. In town, join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Everyone loves to be outside, and so do mosquitoes. Protect yourself against mosquitoes and West Nile virus by following these simple tips. At least once a week, look around your yard and drain stagnant water from any containers where mosquitoes can breed. Remember to use an effective mosquito repellent, especially at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Close all doors and be sure screens are in good working condition. At the Mosquito and Vector Control District, we're here to help. Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Maida Subaru says yes to big savings on the new Subaru you want during the sizzling summer sales event on now. Visit MaidaSubaru.com today for special spring savings on over 225 new and certified pre-owned Subarus.
Made a great deal at Maida. It's time for your Sactown Soccer Report. Powered by Sac YOLO Mosquito and Vector Control District.
This week's key matches include France versus Spain at Dallas Stadium and Argentina versus England in Atlanta.
In soccer, defense wins championships. At home, defense stops mosquitoes. Train standing water. That's your backline. Dress with sleeves and defend with repellent. That's your keeper. Keep your doors and screens tight. That's your shutout. Sac YOLO Mosquito and Vector Control District. More tips at fightthebite.net. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
Some people really strongly dislike grade content. When you give grades to things, grading the offseason moves, grading the NBA draft.
I mean, did you like getting grades?
Well, no.
No.
But it's great content. I'm a sucker for this grade content, man. Even if I disagree with it, I think it's great. It's silly, but it's great. It's silly to issue grades to rookies based off of how they're playing in the summer league. And yet, it's fun.
Grades made me even more competitive in middle school.
Oh, not me, man.
Because they would post the grades. So they would post the grades, and if I was not at the top of the list, except for math, where I would say I was okay with being 2 or 3. If I was not top of the list, Matt, I was getting back into the office and I was getting back up top. If I were not winning, I was not winning those 100-gram bars, those Smarties.
But you were getting back up. Or as in, like, you were getting to work, or you were going after the teacher going, why did they do better?
No, I was getting back to work so I could be number 1 again and I could, tell off my other classmates.
You're one of them, huh?
I battled, man.
Just pass. Just pass. Do the best you can.
Hell nah.
All right. Well, I hope that worked out for you.
It did.
Good.
It did, really
That
did.
was not me. Are you saying it doesn't seem like it worked out for
Come
her,
on
Matt?
now.
I mean,
Look at
geez, you're
this.
like, gosh, hopefully that one paid off.
I guess I should have used it maybe to go to law school or something. But
Well, we all should have been doctors, but we're past that.
Yeah, we're past that.
I definitely shouldn't have been
I have a lot
doctor.
more fun doing this.
I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, let me tell you. Ain't good at anything else.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I knew what I wanted to do since I was in 5th grade. So it was like
That helps.
Yeah.
No, that's very good.
One track mind.
My cousin, she actually had to request, this is not a joke, my cousin had to request to take her tests in a special environment because something with her and how she's wired in terms of competitiveness, if somebody finished a test before her, it freaked her out.
Yep.
So she had
I've heard of people like this.
Hey, we all learn in our different ways and to each their own, but I've always given her crap for that because it's okay. Like, you can't control every environment you're in.
Was she going and like scribbling out people's answers?
I don't know.
Crumpling up the test?
She would get so uber competitive about, I got to finish my test first or not. It's like, then that's a you problem,
like a timing
man.
thing. Like when she starts to see people bring the test up,
Yeah.
she's like, well, wait a second. Mine's not first.
That's a you problem.
Yeah.
That's not anybody. You don't get special. I'm always giving her hell for that, but she's awesome. She's 5'4" and she grew up on a ranch, and she's the type of like, she was in the Navy too. Like, she's a badass.
Oh yeah.
She'd chuck hay barrels over her head without any issue.
Explain more.
Yeah, no, she's scary. She's scary. She's always kicked my butt. Not hard to do. Looking at Bleacher Report's report card grades for all the top 2026 NBA rookies in Las Vegas Summer League. We'll go in order of the 8 grades that they gave out.
Okay.
This is not in the order of number 1 pick to number 8 pick. No, this is just in the order that they decided. And they started with Darius Acuff Jr.
Damn. And it's not a good thing.
This is the kind of environment that should, at least in theory, help bring the best out of Darius Acuff Jr. He's an all-offense prospect, an all-offense setting, and the up-and-down nature paired with his neon green lit. I don't know what that means.
What?
Paired with his neon green lit, LIT, should be helping him put on a show.
What does that mean?
I don't know what that means. That hasn't exactly happened so far, especially in Las Vegas, and he's now authored a couple of eyesores in as many Sin City runs. Through 2 contests, he had more shots than points, blah, 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 shooting 30% from the field, blah, blah, blah. This is rough. It may prove meaningless in the long term. That's often how Summer League goes, but his close-range struggles are still worrisome given his limited size and vertical athleticism. If we're evaluating what we're seeing so far, which is the whole point of this exercise, then things are not looking great. Grade D+.
Well, I guess he was passing.
D+ is not passing. Is it? Is D+ passing now?
Matt, what are you talking about?
There's no way a D+ is passing.
Is a fail.
You don't pass for Ds?
Yes, you do.
In what world? I thought C- was a passing grade.
You guys are splitting the 2 different thought processes here. A D+ is passing,
It is
Matt.
passing.
Like, you are not failing is an
is
F.
failing.
Give me a
But
break.
it's not a good grade,
If
but
you
it's like
come
you're
home-
getting by the skin of your teeth.
If my son comes home with a D+, his ass ain't passing.
But you said you ain't passing. You technically ain't. You ain't passing.
So a D,
Y'all passing.
so a D- is a passing grade? What
Yes.
participation trophy ass system we got here?
You can tell
Matt,
Matt
it's
never got
always-
bad grades.
Yeah,
No,
I
I got C's. C's are passing.
Because his
C's get
parents told him
degrees.
that
100%.
C's were only passing grades.
No, my mom got mad at
That's why.
C's. If I wasn't B or higher, my mom got mad at me. But I got C's. C's get degrees.
Well, guess what? You could have been less, I guess you could
I
have
don't want to
tried
hear
less.
from you, miss. I got to get an A grade number 1 in my class or I'm going to fight somebody.
You could have tried
You don't
less.
know what a D looks like.
You
You never
could have
got
tried
one.
less.
You never... You preaching to me about trying less?
Yeah, you could have gotten a D and been happy with
I
it.
wish I knew that. Damn it. I wouldn't have
know.
cared about science.
This is hilarious that Matt did not know.
A D+
that
is
D
passing?
was
What
passing.
world are we in?
There was a time in high school where I took a physics class and I had to get like a B+, like an 80-something% on the final exam just to pass the class. Like, I was going into the final exam with an F in the class, and I needed to get a certain grade on the final in order to pass, and I, by cheating from the pretty girl that sat next to me,
Hell yeah,
got just enough of a high enough grade. I passed high school physics with like a 60.4%.
Get
And that's a tough,
out
that's
of
a tough
here.
subject, by the
That's
way.
not a pass.
Ryan Cota says, I graduated high school with a D+ average. I like to think I made it out okay.
Well, according to Matt, he's a failure.
Well, we love Ryan, but
Yeah,
you're
Ryan,
a failure.
you made it out okay.
Johnny G gets it. He says, what did he say? D's aren't passing in college. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, because I wasn't ever on a D level.
Yeah,
Cool
I got my
flex.
act together in college.
Good for you.
It was just high school.
I get anything less than a B,
Hell
man.
no.
See you later.
You ain't not getting a passing as D+.
Well,
D didn't pass.
Well, I don't think that that's fair then. If you think he shouldn't, if you thought Darius's D+ is not a pass, then he should have at least gotten a C-.
Yes.
Right?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you're splitting it this way in your head, because at the start of the show you literally explain the distinction between like summer league games don't count, but it doesn't mean they don't matter.
Oh no,
a D is passing, but it doesn't mean you're doing well.
This has we've gone off the rails because this has nothing to do with Acuff getting a D+ grade. This has everything to do with the fact that a D+ grade should not be passing in the eyes of anybody. D's are terrible.
Hey, we're not the grade makers.
I know. I'm yelling at the public school system, I guess. I don't know what I'm mad about.
So now you don't like teachers?
No, I married one. Trust me. Don't you do that to me.
Oh God, I thought he was going somewhere else.
He's trying to trap.
I get why Chris does this all the time.
He's trying to bait me.
What, baiting?
Yeah, just stirs the pot.
Yeah. How dare you? A D+ grade. If you have a D+, I'm sorry, you didn't pass. But apparently, according to Bleacher Report, you barely passed if you're Darius Acuff Jr. with a D+ grade.
And that does not count California Classic stuff.
No, it is just.
I didn't think so.
Strictly Las Vegas.
Because I think that could have bumped his grade up a bit, just a bit, if we would have seen like that incorporated in it.
See, we have this is a hot button topic issue now in the chat. Everybody debating and figuring out what. Yeah, because I always thought like 70% and higher was you passed.
Do you know, guys? I still have nightmares about college grades and not getting my credits in time to. I had another one last night. I have these reoccurring not having enough credits, and they are so real. And it's like, why do I keep having these? I've been having them for years.
It's funny. My nightmare flashback to when I was in school is so lame, but being in school theater productions, and it's like I'm on stage and I don't know any of the lines, and I'm just ad-libbing the entire.
Oh, I thought you're gonna pee your pants or something.
We're talking about things that didn't actually happen to Matt in real life, okay? He doesn't have to have nightmares about that.
What is happening right now? What's going on here? You're in a walking HR violation over there. You relax. And you.
Well, we already know what I am.
Started the segment going, if I didn't get number one in my class, I raged back into an office somewhere.
That is kind of crazy.
Then yelling at me.
I did, though.
Most people, it's like I had to get A's because otherwise, like my parents would ground me, or they were this or that. Or it was like if I didn't get the best grade, I was going to physically harm the other people that got better grades.
I'm self-motivated.
No, you're a psycho.
Maybe. A little bit.
Preaching to me about
you
could have done less in school.
All the best are. You think Michael Jordan and Tom Brady are all wired right upstairs? No chance.
No way.
So you, Michael Jordan, you sat there doing a test, making up fake scenarios in your brain of people around you who are smarter than you?
Yeah.
I've definitely done that.
Makes sense.
I could name the people still that were above me in a couple of those classes.
Of course you can. Kayla Grudge Anderson. Never drop a grudge.
Oh, goodness.
Anyway, D+ grade for Darius Acuff Jr. Next one, Cameron Boozer, Memphis Grizzlies. I won't read the excerpts because who cares. A- for Cam Boozer.
Yeah.
Michael Brown Jr.
Oh, this
Brooklyn
one's
Nets.
interesting.
A.
Okay, I don't really agree with that. Because I don't think in the game before that he played in, who did they play? And they got boat raced by him. Who was that?
Was it Milwaukee? No.
No. It wasn't Milwaukee. Was it Atlanta?
Oh, yes.
It was Atlanta.
It was Atlanta.
I don't really understand the A grade there. I'm actually going to push back on that. I'm going to push back on that.
Uh-oh. You heard that, Bleacher Report? She's coming for you. Like you got the number one grade in school. She's coming after you.
Exactly. And why did my guy get anything close to that? Well, I know why.
It's hard. I hate looking up Summer League, like past games in Summer League. It's so difficult
I am a little surprised with that one, though.
Yeah, A grade for Michael Brown Jr. How about this? AJ DeBonsa.
Oh.
B+.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Like,
why?
I would flip
because he's not shooting well enough?
Inefficiency, I guess, but who cares? He's making a difference, or he was in every game he played.
Looked like a star to me.
He was the best one on the court.
Looked like a star to me.
Weird.
DSM Racing on YouTube chat says D+ equals doctor. Sure.
Not my doctor.
Well, Yaxel Lendeborg.
Oh, God, they love this guy.
B.
Okay, I feel like people are obsessed with him.
I thought for sure he'd be an A.
I think people are obsessed with this guy.
Yaxel.
Yaxon, Yaxoff.
Because how about this?
That didn't sound right.
Send this segment into the sun. Darren Peterson, B-.
Yeah, this is weird. I think it's the inefficiency in the shooting.
Must be.
And that's what they're maybe looking at, because that would explain why Darius Acuff probably has a D+.
Yes. These last two I agree with. Keaton Wagler, C-. Okay, why does Keaton Wagler get a C-? Darius Acuff D+? The hell?
I didn't even know he showed up to
Darius
Summer
Acuff
League.
Jr. and the Kings destroyed Keaton Wagler and the Clippers. What the hell? Bleacher Report. The last one I completely agree with, though. Caleb Williams. He's a football player. Caleb Wilson, A.
Plus.
It should be an A++++++.
He was great.
He's been sensational. He's been my favorite player to watch so
This
far.
is what we call not good grading system.
Yeah. Stupid professors. That's what that's called.
Yeah, that confused me more than it. I was like, oh, okay.
Grade
that
on a
makes
curve,
sense.
idiots. It's your fault, not mine. Did you do the homework? No. It's your fault. Gave me the wrong homework. It's up here.
Okay, I just felt like I was in a TED Talk.
D+.
I appreciated that you were like, hey, this is what we call, and I was expecting something, and you're like, this is what we call not good grading system.
I was thinking of something way more.
That's exactly
I was waiting
right.
for like an analogy or
No, what that was
an acronym.
What Kayla really wanted to say had 6 expletives in it, and she couldn't say it, so she had to. Don't worry, we'll go to break and she'll say what she really means. That's what always happens. And we will take that break when we come back. Pick a Side is coming up next, including a wild take from Saints defensive end Cam Jordan. I don't get this take at all. We'll react to it next on Matt and Kayla, Sactown Sports.
Sactownsports.com is your online home for sports in Sacramento. Dive deep into the Kings, 49ers, Raiders, Giants, Athletics, and more with your favorite local personalities and some of the most trusted sports voices in the community. Stream Sactown Sports 1140. Watch original video content and read in-depth analysis all in one location. Sactownsports.com. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
A good place to buy a new truck would be a place known as Truck Country. Folsom Chevy is Truck Country, and now it makes even more sense. Folsom Chevy is offering 0% financing for 5 years, no payments for 90 days on all new Silverado half-ton trucks in stock, and there's a lifetime warranty. Go to Folsom Chevy at the Folsom Auto Mall, or go to folsomchevy.com. From the mountains to the levee, think Folsom Chevy. Together, let's drive. Must finance with GM on approved credit. $16.67 per 1,000 finance. Cannot be combined with other offers. Ends July 31st, 2026.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older and you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
Country in the Park 2, presented by your California Army National Guard, October 23rd at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Russell Dickerson. Plus more. Enjoy line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bull, and food trucks. Tickets start at just $70. Country in the Park 2, October 23rd at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra, the California Office of Traffic Safety, and Caltrans. More info at CITPFest.com.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. As many of you know, my song Winning Streak is about my own personal struggles with addiction. I first sought help for my addiction at 14 years old. Start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org. The real you is worth recovery. Choose Change California provides access to proven treatment options for addiction to opioids and stimulants. ChooseChangeCA.org. This is your chance to recover your life.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pick a side, any side. It's time for Pick a Side on Matt and Kayla.
right
They
before
go home crying to their mamas.
This is the perfect segue into how I wanted to start this segment. Kayla, we were just talking about, Richie was talking about how he was in speech and debate class as in high school. I also took speech and debate class in high school. Richie was also part of the speech and debate team. I never did that. But Kayla just said, I'm trying to pop the microphone to get back. Kayla was like, I wish I was in speech and debate. I would have creamed. I would have killed everybody in my way. Because everything with Kayla just is violent. Like, Kayla has to beat you, and not just beat you. She has to step on your throat and embarrass you, which is perfect because from the 916, Kayla's perfectionism is disconcerting. Yes! Thank you, 916. I feel seen.
No, it's not.
What do you mean it's not?
It's gotten me to where I am.
And it makes me wake up in a cold sweat every day. God, I hope the rundown's good.
Now,
hope it's up to standard.
I always tell listeners, and I've already met listeners in person, if you meet me in person, I am a very nice person, actually. And I am very inviting. I was friends with everybody in high school. I did not exclude anybody, but piss me off, and you betcha I'm going to tell you how it is.
I was friends with everybody in school, but if you get a higher grade than me, I'll take you behind the bleachers and beat the crap out of you.
Maybe that
You
helped.
won't be able to beat me on a test because you can't write with your broken right hand.
I did break my right wrist.
I know, punching somebody. You told that story like week 2 of this show's existence. Now you understand,
goodness.
Richie. Now you understand.
Goodness.
It's time to pick a side. We got Richie with us, our boss, now in a board-up role today.
Richie just killing it.
We
back
started
there.
the show saying we got to behave ourselves, and that's
that
gone.
went out the window.
That's cooked. And Richie's part of it, too. He's been an instigator as well. So, Richie, you take part of the blame. Topic number 1 of Pick a Side today. This is wild to me. Saints defensive end Cam Jordan says that sacks are overrated. What?
Yeah. So I thought about this long and hard because I didn't want to just come out and say, oh, yeah, I totally disagree with him. But the way that he laid this out was that sometimes defensive ends don't get the credit because they don't have the sack numbers, but they're doing a lot of the dirty work or they're stopping in the run game.
I hear that.
And some of these edge guys, their run game in terms of defensively is not great, but they're not getting docked for any of that because all you care about is the numbers that show up on the stats. And sacks are definitely that. But then I'm like, but how can we say that a guy like Myles Garrett is overrated?
Of course.
You can't. You can't say that. He's affecting the game in every which way and sometimes can help, and we've seen it, can help his teams win games. So I understand where he's coming from in the logic of it, and I know it can be frustrating when some of these guys that are game disruptors can't get that maybe extra nod because the sacks are going to get that.
I hear that
part. I get it, but I don't think they're overrated.
I heard that part. I agree with that completely. However, what separates that for me is the difference of positions, right? As a defensive end, it's less. I mean, if you can sack the quarterback as a defensive end, hell yeah, do it. But as a defensive end, the expectation is not on you to sack the quarterback at the rate of like a linebacker or an edge rusher, right? That's quite literally their job. So I'm able to separate it in that way. We just went through, we went through a season last year with the San Francisco 49ers where we very, very, very clearly saw if you can't pressure and get to the quarterback, you're cooked. And the Niners had no pass rush. They didn't generate sacks. When they were one of the best defenses in football, what were they doing? They were getting to the quarterback, getting a lot of sacks, and at the very least speeding that quarterback up and not letting them get through their sequences. Like that, it's a wild take to me. Other than interceptions, I would argue sacks are the most important defensive stat out there. They don't always generate like fumbles and changes of possession like an interception does, but you got to be able to get to the quarterback if you want to have any success defensively in the NFL. So kind of a wild take to me from Cam Jordan. Rich, you got a thought on this?
I agree with Cam Jordan, but it's to a point. And I witnessed some of this play out in real time prior to me coming here because the Broncos defense statistically in the last handful of years has been dominant. NFL top dominant in the sack category statistically. But it doesn't mean that they are not susceptible to giving up yards, chunk plays, points, and things like that. So I would say I don't know that they're overrated, but I do think it's a deceptive stat in terms of overvaluing it within the box score, because like you can have edge rushers that just hammer away at the quarterback and stop plays dead in their tracks, but what that hurts is your ability to force turnovers. It also doesn't take into account the teams that can run the ball really well. And so a player that gets a lot of sacks, yes, in terms of a one-on-one matchup, maybe he is excelling to a high degree. Myles Garrett, obviously, like even previously from interior positions, guys like Zach Allen, Aaron Donald, whatever. But it's not an end-all, be-all statistic for me, so I'll lean into agreeing that it's overrated, but I think it's more just deceptive than anything.
How many times have we seen an edge rusher turn the corner and go full speed at the quarterback only to get absolutely burned by a running back that bounces outside too?
I know.
Like edge rushers aren't necessarily great at stopping the run, especially when those...
They're like, see quarterback, hit quarterback.
And watch running back run right past you for 40 yards.
I've seen defensive coaches and even offensive-minded head coaches talk more about like, hey, sacks are great and we want to scheme those things up and we really want to get after the quarterback, but QB pressures, hurries, the amount of time stopwatch-wise that the quarterback, the opposing quarterback has in the pocket, those are the figures that we hone in on more than just how many times did we drag him to the ground.
Yeah, the term that I hear a lot is compact the pocket. Like if you can, instead, you don't have to necessarily get a sack, but if you can drive even your man, the offensive lineman, into the quarterback's pocket, that just makes it muddy and limits their space. Like, that's almost better sometimes than getting a sack because you force them into bad spots.
Yep.
So.
All right, next subject.
Next subject, Caleb Wilson. I love that guy. He was asked yesterday after the game why he played when other guys like A.J. DeBonsa and Darren Peterson have sat out. And he said, quote, I feel like I'm different than all of them. The question is, will he end up being the best in this class?
I'm at this point, guys, I honestly am saying, yeah. Dude, watch
You think
him.
he's going to be better than A.J. DeBonsa?
I do.
Wow.
I do. I watch him athletically. Like, this guy is going to be a human highlight reel for sure. I do think he has a higher upside than anybody. I really do. And I think the way he works, and as long as he stays healthy, like, this guy is also... Have you heard him speak? And have you heard him talk with... He's great.
He's great.
And I love A.J. DeBonsa, too. And maybe they'll be neck and neck, but I truly think he could be the best out of this class.
See, that to me is definitely a summer league overreaction, but you could be 100% right. I think Caleb Wilson...
But the high ceiling's been something we've talked about throughout the whole process.
Right.
That he's had the highest ceiling.
I still think A.J. DeBonsa's floor is way higher, and his ceiling is still higher than what Caleb Wilson. But that's my opinion on who I believe A.J. DeBonsa.
Well, that's because you have a love affair with DeBonsa.
Well, that's true, too.
Right.
I love that man to death. Wish he was in Sacramento. But... what I said yesterday, I think Caleb Wilson is the most exciting prospect.
Yeah.
Because there is so much unknown, and he has such freak athleticism to where he can live above the rim. He's a defensive prospect. He can knock down the three better than we thought, or at least he's shown he can knock down the three better than we thought at North Carolina. So I'm very much locked into what Caleb Wilson, who he becomes. I'm not nearly close enough to say I think he's going to be a better player than A.J. DeBonsa, but I agree that he is different. He's different in terms of he is this moldable, freak athletic, but also highly skilled player that can be whatever he wants depending upon if the Bulls handle things successfully. He has the potential to just truly have the full package and just be that freak athlete that we haven't seen since, I don't know, like not that their games are the same, but like a Giannis almost. Like that's what I see when I see Caleb Wilson, and I'm excited to see his career going forward.
Well, that's the time we have because we've already gone over.
Oh, no.
We're going to have to save my favorite for tomorrow, and let's just tease it. It has something to do with LaMelo Ball.
Oh, I've seen this.
Get ready, folks, for Pick a Side tomorrow.
On the streets of Minnesota. That's all we have to say. We'll take the break. When we come back, it's lunch break time, and tonight is the ESPY Awards. So we thought, as a show, why not give out our ESPY Awards, including some Sactown sports-specific rewards. That's coming up next here on Matt and Kayla, Sactown Sports.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the matchday spread. He's reaching for the Buffalo wing. Perfect. Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too. Incredible. What a finish. Sensational combination. Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and yeah, I've been on the air here just shy of 25 years, and you guys know that when I endorse something, I have a few very important things. Number one, I love it when they're local. Number two, I have to be willing to use them myself. This is where Pest Pros came in, or comes in, I should say, because I've known these guys as Kings fans a long, long time. I also have a mouse problem at my house. I also have a cockroach problem at my house. And I did it the old-fashioned way. Went through Facebook, got a hold of these guys. We became friends. And when I found out what Pest Pros does in the community, I thought, I've got to have you guys on the air. We've got a partner. Locally owned, locally operated. Their kids go to school with your kids. You're going to get pest control somewhere. Get it with Pest Pros. Here's how you get a hold of them. PestProsPS.com or call them at 916-588-9345. That's 916-588-9345 and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave.
What's up? It's Matt George.
What's good? It's Alan Stiles.
With the most trusted voices in the community.
This is Jason Ross.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson.
It's Whitey Gleason.
Ready to help promote your business, both as partners and customers. All you have to do is ask. Pick up the phone, dial pound 250 and say, grow my business to get connected with a team member today. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. Our team will review your product, quickly pair you with a perfect endorser, and create video and audio samples all at no cost or obligation to you. With the most live and local on-air lineup, a dynamic content-driven website, and a state-of-the-art mobile app, Sactown Sports 1140 is tailor-made to help you connect with a sports audience in Sacramento. So why wait? Dial pound 250 today. Say, grow my business, and let us help take you to the next level.
KHDK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader. It's time for the lunch break. Your calls, your thoughts, your segment. Call or text us at 916-339-1140. It's the lunch break on Matt and Kayla.
Well, I'd like to say we no longer like Bleacher Report now because they just put out an article Every major sports city's Mount Rushmore of the century. Every major sports city. The Sacramento's not on it.
Are you serious?
Not on it. They start, by the way, with Anaheim.
I'm sorry, what?
Anaheim made the list, but Sacramento didn't.
Oh, that's bad.
Take your D+ grade
That's
Bleacher
bad.
Report and shove it. Passing grade.
Mm.
Ridiculous.
That's bad.
San Diego made the list. San Diego, they lost their freaking football team.
That's really bad.
Stupid.
San Diego's on the list?
San Diego's on the freaking list.
Mm-mm-mm.
By the way, Denver's, for you, Richie, Denver's Mount Rushmore is Nikola Jokic, Todd Helton, Nathan McKinnon, and Von Miller.
That's a hard one to argue. I mean, that's pretty solid. Some people might want to take Todd Helton off and put like a Terrell Davis or, Denver, especially for the Broncos, have had some serious high-profile guys. Or you could go Patrick Waugh, right, for the Avs. But, I mean, I'm not gonna split hairs on that one.
You want to know what's gross? Major sports cities. Sacramento not on it. Las Vegas is.
Well, of course they are now. They
Stupid.
have almost every team.
It's like the
now.
new rich kid.
It is.
Stupid.
It is. It definitely is.
Ooh, Los Angeles, Miami. Ooh, yeah. Oh, Nashville's
Nashville?
on it.
Yeah, of course they are.
Nashville's on it.
They're the it city.
What do they have? The Memphis Grizzlies on here too? Who cares?
Is Memphis on there?
I don't know. I don't think so. Stupid. Got me angry. Seattle's
the Sacramento, I think for just the sole fact they have the Kings.
Yeah, just be probably the reason why they did it is just be 4 Kings players.
I was gonna say then who's on the Sacramento sports Mount Rushmore then?
So it's Weber for sure.
We've got a couple here starting in the chat.
It's Weber for sure. I would say it's honestly Rodrigo Lopez from the Sacramento Republic FC might be on there.
I heard him on an interview one time when I first moved here.
He's great.
Yeah.
He's like the goat of the Republic.
Mm-hmm.
I want to put like a few River Cats of old, like because we had some.
Matt, you're really pushing it.
Okay, now Matt, this is Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, but I'm doing Sacramento sports. I'm doing what? You want 4 freaking Kings on there? Fine.
Well,
Weber, Vlade, Peja, Mike Bibby, Doug Christie. Woo. Boring.
He's trying to get creative with it.
Yes, I'm trying to do Sacramento
chocolate.
sports. White chocolate had to get traded for the Kings to get where they needed to be, by the way. And I love Jason Williams, but let's be honest. Washington, D.C. Oh, we have the president.
Who's Nashville's people? I'm just curious.
I don't care.
I just want to know.
No.
So I can hate on him.
You don't get to know. All right. Here,
Mike Fisher.
Oh, God. Don't get me started on him.
Pecorine.
Go,
yeah.
dude. Good dude. Go. No, he really is. You'd love him.
Steve McNair.
Oh, yeah.
Derrick Henry.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are all legit.
Chris Johnson.
Yeah, those are all legit. All legit.
Screw you, Bleacher Report.
I was going to fight him, too.
I like your content. Screw you. Not a major.
Did you settle on your 4 or?
Well, I mean, I was halfway
We
through
cut
and
him
I got
off, Richie.
bullied. I got bullied because
I just wanted to clarify
Sacramento.
that it's Mount Rushmore. It's like we're etching these names into a mountain.
Well,
these faces?
Can I put Logan Webb? He's from Sacramento.
Now, this is where
Can I
will.
put Shaq Thompson?
Well, the thing is if it were best cities that athletes come out of, Sacramento is
it's
up
different.
there, dude. Sacramento has so many athletes that come out of this area.
Yeah.
So many. So for
Not
that
a major sports city, though.
And that's why I always get mad that y'all don't have more pro teams here. Because you guys have so many good athletes that come out of Northern California.
Yeah, Mitch Richmond, Chris Webber.
Mm-mm-mm.
It's just all Kings players, which is probably the point as to why Bleacher Report says we can probably leave.
I was like, we're kind of indirectly
Yeah,
helping their
I
argument.
know. Dang it.
Doesn't mean I like it. Just because they're right doesn't mean it doesn't feel mean. Stupid.
I was going to ask Seattle's, but I thought that would be pushing it too far.
Oh, no, let's get Seattle's. Hold on, let me reopen it so we can...
Well, Griffey.
Duh.
Yeah, your hometown.
I wonder, though, if they'll put, like, Ichiro on there, too, or if they'll mix it up. Obviously...
Do you get to claim, like, Kevin Durant?
No, but
Or Ray Allen?
we got plenty of other Sonics that will make that.
Richard Sherman's for sure on it, right?
I don't know about that.
Sorry.
Russell Wilson?
No, hell no.
I closed it out of
Get him off that damn list.
I
Put
closed...
Sam Darnold on there before him.
Green Bay is on it.
Well, yeah.
Oh, / Milwaukee. Okay. Have the whole freaking state. stupid. Seattle. Sorry, I'm still scrolling.
This is actually really interesting.
Okay.
He gets so mad about this.
I do. Disrespect. Oh, San Diego being on here makes me...
That is annoying.
Boils my blood.
That is annoying.
It's all Chargers. Well, it's one Padre. Manny Machado? Get the hell out of here. Okay, Seattle.
Okay, here we go.
Ichiro Suzuki.
Yep, I knew he'd be on it. Ken Griffey. Okay.
What?
That is ridiculous.
That's crazy.
We're not done.
Oh.
Ichiro Suzuki. Sue Bird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally legit.
Marshawn Lynch.
Okay.
And Russell Wilson.
I knew it. I knew he was on there.
I'm done with you. Police report. Give me their email now.
I will send a strongly worded email.
I am disgusted. And this is not an act.
My city was on the list, and then the city I was in for a long time was also on the list.
I am not a Russell Wilson fan, obviously, because it blew up. I was a big Russell Wilson fan before he became a member of my favorite football team. And now I'm definitely not. Yeah. And it just, all the things that I wouldn't have been able to know when he was in Seattle kind of came to light when I got to, observe it up close. But in slight fairness, he was the fastest quarterback in NFL history to 100 wins. He brought them a Super Bowl title, went to multiple.
Ken Griffey Jr.
That's inexcusable in my opinion.
Give me a break. Yeah. Give me a break.
This article was written by Joel Reuter. Listen here, Joel. Don't you ever come into the streets of Sacramento. Just watch what happens.
Joel, come into the streets and we'll go head to head.
Yeah, we're going to throw acorns at you from our trees.
Catch us outside in downtown Sac.
Catch us. You ain't welcome in Doco, Joel.
I'll put together the bad video.
What? Oh, of course, a Michael Jackson reference. Of course. First one of the day. Ding.
What was the segment
How
about?
did Anaheim get on the freaking list?
Oh, Mike Trout, Shohei Ohtani, ooh.
Useless ass baseball team. It's been terrible forever since the dawn of freaking time. Put Nick Kurtz on the Sacramento Mount Rushmore.
That's true. I think I lost my voice and that's it.
Oakland isn't even on here. How is Oakland not on here?
Well, that's disrespectful.
That is very disrespectful.
That's really disrespectful.
San Francisco has to be, right? Hold on.
Yeah.
San Francisco.
Oh, yeah.
Has to be. Hold on.
You got Niners on there. You got Giants on there.
St. Louis. No. San Francisco's not here. There? Okay, Bleacher Report.
Now I think there's just a hate from Northern Cali on here.
How is maybe I'm going to check B. Bay Area?
That's
How is
weird.
San Francisco not on here?
I don't know. Maybe
Boston, New England.
Maybe they put
here we go. Bay Area.
Okay.
The Bay Area is Steph Curry, Barry Bonds, Buster Posey, and Draymond Green.
Draymond Green? Wait, are there no Niners on there?
No Niners.
Fred Warner?
Yep. Joe Montana,
Wait,
Jerry Rice.
What?
Steve Young.
This is really bad.
Hey, Joel, how about get your ass out of Northern California? How about that, Joel? You come anywhere in Northern California. You could land in a field in Northern California. We're going to find you. We're going to know. Joel, major American city, get your ass out of here.
I'm going to hunt you down, Joel.
Oh, great. All right, well, we got the energy. Here's Dwayne. What up, Dwayne? Believe that, Dwayne?
What's up, the homies? How y'all been?
What's up, Dwayne?
Hey, Kayla, I have a question for you, Kayla. Recently you said that you truly believe 100% that Darius Acuff Jr. was a perfectionist.
Uh-oh.
And I want to know how exactly you came to that determination.
Yeah, I mean, Dwayne, I believe that when you are hard on yourself, no matter if you're an athlete or not, nothing's ever going to be 100% right, especially when you're stepping into a big ring for the first time. I think we can all say that in our lives. Maybe we stepped into a job or a new environment for the first time and things are not perfect. But the point is that you go back in the workshop and you keep on working and you try to perfect your what am I trying to say here? Your craft. Excuse me. There we go. You're trying to perfect your craft, but it's not always going to happen right away. But it's not saying, okay, perfectionists, they perfect their craft. It takes a while to do that. It doesn't happen overnight. So yeah, I believe Darius Acuff goes back in the workshop and he's like, okay, what do I need to do to get better? It might not happen in 2-3 games, but I believe it will happen for him. Yeah.
I want to know if you took his assist to ratio assist to turnover ratio into account, or how about his total lack of effort on defense, which goes back since he started playing basketball?
Duane, appreciate the call.
And I know Duane is like probably the biggest Acuff like non-supporter there is, which is fine.
Non-believer.
But I am interested in why, first of all, maybe you're so against him here, and why you won't give him some room for grace to grow here. That's the only question I have. Because I'm not saying he looks great right now, but I want to give him the runway to get there. And I believe we should give him that.
We do have some good Sac Mount Rushmore options from the text line. Uriah Faber, Sacramento Mount Rushmore.
There we go.
Dusty Baker, Sacramento Mount Rushmore. Again, he's more from Sacramento than he did anything in Sacramento, but we love Dusty Baker. DeMarcus Cousins on there as well from Sacramento. Screw you, Bleacher Report. Your major American cities. We don't even need you. Who cares? I'm not mad. It doesn't even bother me. I'm fine. Should we give out ESPY awards?
Oh,
do you like the ESPY awards?
No.
You're not a fan of them?
Not really.
Richie, are you a fan of the ESPY awards at all?
It's lost its sizzle for me, I think.
I do like the opening monologues, but I'll be honest with you. Who's hosting?
I actually like this guy from SNL.
Yes, it's I don't know his name.
He's
I'll look
so
it up.
funny.
He's really funny though.
Well, because
he's so funny.
He's been doing all the like AI edited photos, like Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game and all that
He's
stuff,
really good.
promoting.
Yeah. So, because I've enjoyed some of the opening monologues in the past. Last year who was it last year? Was it Shane Gillis?
Gillis.
Yeah, Gillis was last year.
Oh, yeah.
He certainly had some controversial moments.
Didn't Peyton Manning do it one year?
He did.
Peyton Manning
crushed it.
Peyton Manning was really good. John Cena was really good. John Cena did it one year.
Yeah.
There have been a couple of them that have been really, really good.
Marcelo Hernandez is the guy's name.
Marcelo
he's
Hernandez.
funny. I might just tune in to watch him,
The
honestly.
opening monologue. Most time the opening monologue is cut out and then posted to social media just so you can see essentially the insult comic and the jokes to start the show off. Some of the top nominations for ESPY Awards tonight: Best Athlete for Men's Sports, Jalen Brunson, Lionel Messi, Shohei Ohtani, Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
Asia Wilson, Nelly Korda, Hillary Knight, all nominated for Best Athlete in Women's Sports. How about this? Best Breakout Athlete, Macklin Celebrini.
Right. I like that one.
Is on there. And Alyssa Liu. Is it Liu? Liu? I always forget. Liu. Yeah, Alyssa Liu. For
straight from Oakland.
Figure skating from Oakland. Drake May. Fernando Mendoza.
Absolutely.
But I would definitely give it to the boy Macklin Celebrini in that. Other ones that might matter to us. Best Comeback Athlete, Christian McCaffrey is nominated for Best Comeback
I think he's always in that category because he has an injury the year before always.
That was unnecessary.
Sorry.
No, it's true though.
But it's kind of facts.
If Christian McCaffrey has shades of like Derrick Rose in that if Christian McCaffrey was able to stay healthy, even maybe 50% more often than he has, we'd be talking about him as like one of the Mount Rushmore running backs of all time, or like a GOAT candidate for the stats he'd be able to pile up.
Christian McCaffrey only gets hurt when I have him on my fantasy team. So
fact.
Well, don't draft him this year.
I haven't.
Jeez,
I didn't draft him last year. You're welcome, Niners.
And you won't draft him, and then he'll have a 2,000-yard season.
Of course.
Like that's how it works.
Well, yeah.
Can never win in fantasy.
Guess who I drafted with my number one or not number one, but my first round pick last year? Brock Bowers.
And then he got injured.
He got broken like week 2.
Not number one overall, just your first round pick.
First round.
I was like, Matthew.
Late. No, I was late first round. Last time I had the number one overall pick, I took Justin Jefferson, and he was like, fine. Stupid.
Maybe you shouldn't play.
That's probably accurate, but I'm addicted, fantasy football.
Okay, what are we doing in this?
Sorry. Blame Bleacher Report with their stupid D+ grading.
Call me OCD. Look at you.
I don't like your energy today.
The way he just like his shoulders slumped down, and he just looked at you like defeated. Like,
That's
come on.
That's just what I felt like with Duane attacking me.
I don't like your energy. Attacking you? He's just asking you a question.
No, I know. Duane.
I'm not Duane. Duane, that was a good call from Duane.
He came at you a little bit. He came at Kayla a little bit with the like.
That's okay. That's okay because Duane does not like Acuff.
Yeah.
So, but at some point, you ain't gonna break me right now this early on, and why I don't think he can still be really good here. This is way too early to be jumping to conclusions.
I think being a perfectionist can also, too, just mean that you are never satisfied or willing to settle. Like,
that's what I feel
whether
like,
you're starting off as a raw, unfinished product or you come into the league gift wrapped with a bow and ready to go, it's the constant chipping away in pursuit of, like, getting better, that Kobe Mamba mentality type of thing. Of like I may be a lottery pick. I may be one of the best rookies in the league. I may be one of the best players in the league, but it doesn't mean I can't find a way to be better at something.
Yeah,
That's a perfectionist to me.
Never satisfied.
Yeah.
Never satisfied. Well, in honor of the ESPYs, I thought, well, as a show, why don't we give out our own version of
God,
SB?
this is going to create controversy.
SB. Why? What could
just
possibly
is.
go wrong?
Oh, it's going to create
What
controversy.
could possibly go wrong?
Go ahead, Matt.
So we have two separate kind of groups here. We have our
the chat can vote too.
Yeah, chat, feel free. We have our like the team of the year, player of the year, and then story/moment of the year. And the year is last summer to this summer because that's the SB year. It's not the calendar year. So last summer to this summer. And then we will have our Sactown Sports Content Machine Award, which goes to like the one who just pumps out the best content or comes up with the best content. We have our Sactown Comic Relief, a.k.a. like the funniest moment or funny. Okay, relax. We have the Controversial King. You're laughing louder at yourself than anything.
No, Richie's laughing.
I had my mic turned off, but that got me. That one got me.
If you give yourself an award, I'm gonna call you Alan Stiles. I'm telling you that right now. You have the Controversial King, the most likely to get into controversy. Careful. And finally, the Station Foundation, which is essentially like the GOAT of the station award. So we'll have those 4 awards. But let's start light.
All right.
Kayla, let's start with Team of the Year. Your favorite team from last summer to this summer.
I could have picked my team easily.
The Seahawks?
The Seahawks. But I really fell in love with what the Knicks did this season.
Yeah.
I found myself just being on that Mike Brown / Jalen Brunson little bandwagon for the playoffs and just knowing that they were so poo-pooed to be in the East and they weren't going to come out of the East and the East was poo-poo and the West was the big dogs and it was just like so much against them.
Yeah.
And to do what they did and in that fashion, it's really hard not to kind of root for the Knicks, even if you didn't even give a damn about the Knicks coming into the season.
Okay.
So I will give my team as the New York Knicks.
I was very close to doing the same thing, but I chose for my team of the year the U.S. Olympic hockey team.
That's legit.
Winning gold and just the run they
For
went
sure.
on. It was a humongous winter for them. So congratulations to them. Yeah, the U.S. Olympic hockey team is the team of the year for me. Richie, you have one?
I think both of those answers are above and beyond qualified and legit. I think I'm going to go a different direction with mine just because of the way the sports stories and the angles that I enjoy. I'm going to say the Cape Verde men's national team in soccer.
Somebody in here said, Manazit said that.
Creating a social media firestorm and like that Freddie guy on social media that was doing all this stuff. But like a country that has like only a few 100,000 people in it, period, that people didn't even know existed prior to this World Cup tournament. And it's amplified being on our home soil in North America to just like taking a juggernaut team round by round like they did against the ropes. It was like March Madness, but World Cup kind of version. They were the St. John's, the Cinderella, the Florida Gulf Coast, whatever. And I just thought it was super fun to kind of get swept up in.
How about player of the year or athlete of the year for you?
I didn't want to give it to this guy, but I think Shohei Ohtani, it's so hard not to.
Yeah.
It's so hard not to when, they won another World Series, but he's like breaking records.
Yep.
Like, it's just so hard to go against Shohei Ohtani. Again, I don't want to give him that award because he's a Dodger, but it's hard to go against it.
I was in the same way, but I gave myself the rule of I'm going to not give it to Shohei because I just want to try and find somebody else. This has a little bit of recency bias to it. But I have enjoyed the hell out of the Lionel Messi run with Argentina in this World Cup. He is the GOAT, so I'm going to go with Lionel Messi.
I think I'm going to go with Jack Hughes during the Team USA hockey run. the golden goal, the no teeth interview with the gold medal around his neck, and just like that post game interview after beating Canada, where it's just like, I've never been more proud to be an American, and it's just like, in the same reason why you picked them as like your team of the year, his face in that interview in that moment is just going to be burned into my brain when I think back on that team's run, and so I'll give that one to him just kind of for that iconic snapshot. How about last one until the ones that really matter? Story or moment of the year for you?
Well, I think we just flip-flopped.
You're going
Mine was
hockey?
going with the hockey. Because, again, we've waited for so long to have it be back in the Olympics and for it to mean something.
Yep.
And, again, I think just what the storyline brought, we were hoping USA Soccer could continue that in the summer, but what it brought for the Winter Olympics with Team USA, and let's also remember the women were involved in this, so you could really bunch both teams together with the USA hockey sweep in the Olympics. I thought that was next level.
I agree. I flip-flopped with you because I had Mike Brown's New York Knicks as the story, because Mike getting hired and everything that happened to him in Sacramento, and essentially it's a boom or bust job, and he gets the job done in the way that he did with the New York Knicks. So that was my story / moment of the year. I chose Jack Hughes as my athlete of the year over somebody else that I figured I could double dip here and use it as the story. I'll go with Alyssa Liu, the figure skater.
Yeah.
Again, same with, Cape Verde and kind of like taking a sport that, or a team or a country in this case, that nobody knew about. Like, figure skating in the Olympics is always kind of hyped up and talked about when it's in that moment, or you have a pairing to follow. But her going so viral and dominating the way that she did, and then digging deeper into the backstory about how she was like a prodigy at a young age and got put through the meat grinder and just like was in a really bad mental health space and quit and walked away from the sport when she was at, arguably her peak at that time, to then come back and fall in love with the sport again and find it on her own terms and then go to win gold, and all under the age of like 24, by the way. She's like 20 years old or whatever it is. I think that's a really cool global scale sports story.
We can tease the station awards because we're a little over.
I was going to say we can speed through them, or we can...
No, I don't want to speed through those.
Okay, we will do our station awards then, our station ESPYs when we come back. Plus, if we have time, we'll get Kayla's review of quarterback season 3 so far. Plus, we got Kayla's 2-minute drill still to come right here on Sactown Sports.
Sactownsports.com is your online home for sports in Sacramento. Dive deep into the Kings, 49ers, Raiders, Giants, Athletics, and more with your favorite local personalities and some of the most trusted sports voices in the community. Stream Sactown Sports 1140. Watch original video content and read in-depth analysis all in one location. Sactownsports.com. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Whether it's date night, family night, or buddy night, Hagen Oaks has a bay for you. Reserve one of 3 top tracer bays from 6 to 11 p.m. through hagenoaks.com, and only those 3 bays are reservable. The rest of the driving range is still open for walk-ups. Play golf on world-famous courses while the kids try interactive games. Head to the Hangout for great food, cold drinks, and live sports on the TVs. Add monthly live music and putting tournaments, and you've got more than a driving range, you've got a night out. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Swing by and swing away.
The Travel Guys, new on KHTK 1140 every Saturday at 11 a.m.
We'll make you a smarter traveler. Tips you can use on the road and at the airport, plus reports from top consumer advocates.
The Travel Guys, 11 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140.
Hi, this is Adam Johnson, owner of Golf Fitness Solutions. Exercise and golf have been two important activities in my life. I opened Golf Fitness Solutions in 2013 to help my fellow golf enthusiasts improve their posture, relieve their pain, gain strength and endurance, and most importantly, hit the ball farther. From beginners to professionals, I've had success working with all ages and all skill levels, and I can help you too. Located in Carmichael, call us at 916-802-5175 or go to golffitnesssolutions.com.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
Whether it's date night, family night, or buddy night, Hagen Oaks has a bay for you. Reserve one of 3 top tracer bays from 6 to 11 p.m. through hagenoaks.com, and only those 3 bays are reservable. The rest of the driving range is still open for walk-ups. Play golf on world-famous courses while the kids try interactive games. Head to the Hangout for great food, cold drinks, and live sports on the TVs. Add monthly live music and putting tournaments, and you've got more than a driving range, you've got a night out. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Swing by and swing away.
In celebration of 80 years of 49ers football, Sactown Sports is counting down 80 of the most memorable moments that have shaped the team's storied legacy and winning tradition. Here's today's faithful flashback.
Number 41, John Brody's clutch comeback.
The final game of the 1972 season, the 49ers were facing the Minnesota Vikings and were trailing 17-6 in the fourth quarter. Quarterback John Brody was injured, but was summoned back into the game by head coach Dick Nolan to replace Steve Spurrier. Brody led a 99-yard drive that culminated with a game-winning touchdown with just 25 seconds left to secure a 20-17 victory and a trip to the playoffs.
Faithful flashbacks on Sactown Sports 1140.
Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
If you're looking forward to seeing the Sacramento Kings versus the Boston Celtics later on today in NBA Summer League action, well, I have a little bit of bad news for you, although not totally unexpected news. Darius Acuff Jr., Nick Clifford, and Maxime Reynaud are all out today for the Kings. They will not play against the Boston Celtics. All of them out for rest purposes. No injuries or anything of that sort. Now, they haven't been officially shut down or anything like that because we'll see about Friday's game against the Charlotte Hornets in the Cox Pavilion. But Dylan Cardwell's still playing, which is interesting.
That's the first thing I said. I was like, wait, Dylan Cardwell's playing,
Cardwell's still playing. Emmanuel Sharp is going to play. Jonathan Mobo will be back. He missed the last game for rest purposes. But 2 of the second-year guys and number 7 overall pick, Darius Acuff Jr., not playing today for the Kings in Summer League against the Boston Celtics. Picking up where we left off with our Sactown Sports ESPY Awards, we gave out our awards for like the real ones, our favorite moments, our favorite teams. Now we've got Sactown Sports specific awards to give out, and it's fitting that we have the program director of Sactown Sports with us today, Richie, running the show. We appreciate you joining us, Richie, today. We have the Sactown Content Machine, who just the person who he felt has generated just the most content, the best content, whatever. The Sactown Comic Relief, funniest person. The Controversy King, or Queen, if you want to put Kayla in there. And the Station Foundation. That's like our MVP award, essentially. All right. Let's start with the Sactown Content Machine. Kayla Anderson, you can, by the way, put yourself on there if you want to. There's no rule against it. You can also do double up on awards if you want to as well. There are no rules.
And the YouTube chat is definitely invited in
on this.
Definitely get invited in. This is your time to shine. So the digital content team is who I am putting.
All three of them?
Oh yeah, they're a team. So they all are contributing to what is being put out content-wise. We have had one of our biggest digital summers when it comes to content, whether that be YouTube or the website. And again, that's thanks to all of our great listeners that do that. But if it weren't for the digital team, like it would not get out there.
Absolutely.
So I am nominating our entire digital team.
Okay, so you're going group award.
Just for that.
I'm going very specific, but with a member of the digital team.
Got it.
I'm going to give the Sactown Content Machine Award to Brendan Nunes.
Okay.
Because Brendan pumped out all sorts of content in the build-up to the NBA draft, in-depth pieces and breakdowns of different prospects. He put in a lot of work into those. I've seen firsthand the amount of work that he puts in. Plus, I know how much of a hoop head Brendan Nunes is. He goes everywhere. He tries to be at everything. So I'm going to give Brendan some love, the love that he deserves, as my Sactown Content Machine Award winner.
Okay.
Personally, I love that Kayla went in and just grabbed the whole group right off the bat so that it immediately made
me look worse.
I mean, you're like, well, yeah, they all did a great job, but I'm just going to pick one
but
now.
Screw the other two.
Yeah. No, but she's right, as are you, both are. And so I won't, because she already took the whole thing. I'm going to go for similar reasons. I'm going to say Chris Watkins would get my Content Machine Award. Obviously, as a team, they're all deserving. Brendan helped me build the Faithful Flashbacks piece, the 80 pieces of written content. Brendan out on the scene at all these things, doing the scouting reports, doing post-game reports out at Summer League, on video, writing about it. Frankie Cardicelli, honestly, curating everything you see at SactownSports.com, clipping the shows, building kind of our digital library and laying it out for all of us. Every single one of them would be deserving, which is why I don't feel bad having to pick one, and I'll give mine to Chris Watkins for all the music video stuff, all of the video content he helped shoot and edit, things that, frankly, I just don't, and many of us here don't have the same skill set to be able to do. So I'm very thankful for it.
I 100% understand and echo everything that Richie said there. How about, well, Kayla, you might have tipped your hand already, the Sactown Comic Relief, the funniest member of the Sactown Sports crew.
This is going to go to Alan Stiles. I beef with Alan sometimes. In all fairness, it is all joking. It is never personal. But he literally just makes me laugh because of his demeanor and the way that he just can be a grumpy old man one day. The next day, he's on the Celsius high.
Yeah, it usually depends on the energy drinks he's drinking.
I can never understand what Alan I'm going to get from day to day. And for that, it really is hilarious to me. So he is my comic relief.
So when I was thinking about this award, I was thinking about what, over the last 6 months that I've been here, what moments have I just laughed really, really hard from any content that we've put out there. A lot of it is just reacting to Frankie Cardicelli just being Frankie. He makes me laugh because he's just Frankie. But a lot of that's not on the air, so I couldn't give him it for that. One moment that I'm not kidding you, I had to pull the car over because I was listening, and I was laughing so hard. So I'm giving the award to Carmichael Dave with a very, very strong assist with AI. Because Carmichael Dave making his AI talk to him in a gangster accent is
my gosh.
one of my favorite things.
Listen here, see?
One of my favorite things he has ever done. And every single time the poor AI would try to answer normally, he'd cut it off and go, accent or gangster accent. It literally one of the funniest things that I think, and Dave does a lot of stupid things. One of the funniest things that Dave has ever done. So that I'm giving Dave my award for that moment with a very, very strong assist to AI.
Gosh, that's so good.
Yeah.
And I have the privilege of being able to listen to all of our shows all throughout the day. But the amount of times that I get to laugh to that point that you're talking about when I'm driving in the mornings with Dave and Jason and Chris Verlade, I think that's well deserved. I'll go a different direction just because I think there's somebody else that I think kind of flies under the radar with it. I'm going to go comic relief award to Whitey Gleason. And I think the strong assist would go to Alan Stiles in this case, because the way that Whitey has just perfected over his many years in this business, and specifically with Allen, the ability to just needle and prod and get directly under Allen's skin and box him into a corner and bring out some of those funnier, cagier, kind of storm off the crosstalk set type of moments from Allen, who he gets some credit for that too. Whitey makes me laugh quite often on my daily listens.
Whitey and J. Ross have both mastered the sneaking in a really, really good joke.
Subtle.
That doesn't get reacted to because it's in the midst of... J. Ross will sneak a line in when Dave's just going, and Dave never acknowledges it, and it's funny as hell, and Whitey's the same way.
And I think
will just be Allen.
It's kind of how you pick your humor. Like, that's not my cup of tea for humor, but for some people it is.
I think what makes it so perfect is because of who they're each sitting next to. Like, Dave is the louder, more bombastic, kind of like slapstick Step Brothers type of funny. Allen is kind of the more high energy. So if you have two people like that, it just becomes like banging cymbals together over and over again. Whereas like Jason and Whitey have that ability to just kind of sneak it in right there. And then you kind of 1,000, 2,000. Oh, wait, I get it now.
Yep.
All right, next one. The Controversy King. The one, I almost made this award like the one the most likely get the station in trouble. But someone that can just get involved in controversy or spur up controversy.
Yeah, now there's a lot that could be nominated in this place
There's
for
a
that.
ton.
But I am going to go with Carmichael Dave because he is the morning show guy, and a lot of the times he starts it, and then it goes on throughout the day.
Through the day?
And sometimes he does it sneakily, whether that be a tweet or he does it and picks on one particular person, but then it gets like... it gets recycled throughout the shows. It always seems that in some ways Dave will start something. He is also, whenever I've done crosstalk, we have definitely probably gotten close to the line of getting kicked off the crosstalk.
I have a great time. I have a wonderful time. J. Ross and I just look at each other.
Yeah.
It's a great time.
So he's definitely on the top of my list.
Richie, we've always said for like an April Fool's show or something, we have to do one show of Allen, Dave, and Kayla together just to see what happens.
Hey, I'm into it.
Just to see.
Well, they wouldn't make it out alive. So.
I'm testing the waters with Carmichael Dave's mandatory monthly detentions for the amount of minutes he's late to have to hang over with you guys. Yeah, well, he's conveniently, every time it comes time to pay the bill, he's like, I got a golf tournament, or I'm out of town, or I'm this or that. But like Chris and I keep track of his minutes. Every time he comes in late, I'll get a text from Chris. It's like 1 minute, minute 30, 45 seconds or whatever, and we just keep a running tally and cash it up after about a month, and that's what he gets. So it's like a doomsday device, and I think slowly but surely it's going to work, and he's just going to stop being as late back to his segments. But, maybe that's wishful thinking.
So yours is Carmichael Dave for the Controversial King.
Yep.
For me, I had a very obvious direction that I could go in, chose not to go in that direction.
Wait. I feel like you were teeing up to say Kayla.
No, not me. I already saw it, so I knew what it was.
Kayla doesn't.
No, I don't stir up stuff on purpose.
Stir up controversy. She just barrels through it. If there's controversy,
well, I'm just straight up about it.
You kick in the freaking door.
Yeah, but I don't hide
you don't
behind
start.
anything.
No, you don't start anything. You just come in with a shotgun.
Yeah, I mean, get taken care of.
Get it out the way. Kayla's the wrestler that always carries a steel chair for some reason. It's just like, you always have it. That's illegal. I don't care. I'm going to hit you with it. I'm giving Alan Styles my Controversy King.
Okay.
That's fair.
Because very similar to what you said about Dave, Alan is the master of the reality show planting the seed that is watered into whatever the hell from that seat over there with Whitey Gleason. And he'll claim he never does it. And anytime you press him on it, the voice gets higher. Hey, I loved it. I didn't do it. It's like we heard it yesterday when Christopher Laud put the pressure on Alan for the dinner gate yesterday, which if you missed that whole saga, it was the craziest thing ever. But Alan Styles is very, very good at putting himself at the center of something. And if there's nothing to be put at the center of, he'll make it himself. In ways it could be part of the Content Machine Award. But Alan, to my mind, he's the king of controversy.
Honorable
at
mention
the station.
is his co-host because
Whitey is instigator.
Whitey does it very sneakily.
Whitey
very sneakily.
Whitey chucks grenades and then dives behind cover, and Alan takes the grenade and runs with it. For sure. Whitey's really, really good at that.
as deserving as I want to say Allen is, and he is, to me, this is maybe the only landslide nominee or category, in my opinion. The controversial king is Chris Verlade. Give me a time where Chris Verlade has not been directly engaged. He's like Littlefinger. Like, he is absolutely needling and pulling on his own show with Dave on the afternoon show. You guys maybe got a taste of it, have gotten a taste of it when we've had to kind of cross over here. I can't think of a time where Chris was acting without the intention of trying to screw with somebody or do something mischievous.
Such a good point.
And again, he does it kind of covertly at times. But yeah, he to me is the unquestioned controversy king here at the station.
Good one.
And finally, our MVP award, the Station Foundation. Without this person, the station would very much struggle based off of our opinions and interpretations over the few months that we've all been together.
Well, I was gonna say Richie, but then that would be sucking up because I remembered that he was gonna.
That's fine. I was gonna vote for myself too.
I know, right? So in all honesty though, Richie has come in and done a lot of things different and taken a lot of things on his plate that he probably doesn't even need to do, that you guys don't see that is happening behind the scenes. Now, little by little, like hopefully you won't have to juggle all those plates, but it is nice to see someone coming in and like doing even small things like promos that we didn't have when I first got on here.
Right.
Little things like that. So Richie's definitely one of those guys, and I would say Jay Ross is just in terms of an on-air talent is one of those guys as well.
Absolutely. Jay Ross, Richie, those are good. Two good ones. I'm going to go almost an exact reason that Richie laid out in the content machine. I'm going to go Chris Watkins because I've watched firsthand the importance of the video content. I work with him almost every day, whether it's podcast stuff, making the graphics for everything. I've seen him at Kings games working away to make sure everything is up on social media, the speed of which he gets things out, but also it's a high quality. It's not just like slap together, here's a picture, blah, get it out there type thing. You and I witnessed firsthand with the launching of our show how instrumental he was in that entire process. In Chris Watkins, I'm just mesmerized by what he does and how much he takes ownership of and how good he is. Even from making green screen music videos for Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles. And I worked with Chris years upon years ago when we did our music video for Double Down. He just is the epitome of multi-talented. And I think this station, especially with what we've been doing over the last 6 months, would be in huge trouble if they did not have a jack of all trades and master of all trades in many ways in Chris Watkins. So he's my Station Foundation Award winner.
Yep.
I think my favorite part about this bit that we've done is that every single category.
We didn't get any of those.
There's been.
We suck.
I think that's the
worst
big
show middays.
So
all right.
We're pretty much setting up ourselves that we are the middle child.
Yeah.
Well, it's also hard to give yourself the award when you're hosting the show.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? Like, if the award show was hosted on the morning show or the afternoon
I still
show.
don't think we'd get any awards.
No shot.
We'd still get
no shot. Alan would give himself every award.
Dave would have found a way to give Kayla an award for some. He would have done some sarcastic.
We need a passive aggressive award. Yeah, that would have been a good one too.
Well, that's definitely not Kayla.
I meant the morning. Yeah, you know what I mean.
My favorite part about this bit is that every single category, I think, from my perspective, has had multiple willing candidates. I think it's just a testament to the group of people that we have here and the good work that we all do, which makes me really excited, obviously, as somebody from my chair. If I was going to give a station backbone foundation award, I would give it to the other person other than me that Kayla mentioned, which is Jay Ross. I think that he has been around for so long. He's like a godfather of this station.
Yep.
He's so heavily tied in with the Kings. He's been such a fabric of everything that we do here. He has sat in my chair over points of his career. And he's also just like the nicest human being ever. He gets along with everybody. He's funny. If he were to Thanos disappear one day, I think it would feel
for sure.
It would feel less fun and bright being here around the building without him. So I'll give it to Jay Ross.
Yeah.
I agree. We went over.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's right.
We suck. We'll take the break when we come
Most
back.
good-looking show. Us.
That's
Rising Stars Award.
I ain't no rising star. I'm not 20.
And scouts said are the best wide receivers in the National Football League. That's next on Sactown Sports.
The Kings started the preseason red hot, but have come back to earth after a blowout loss to the Brooklyn Nets at Summer League. With missed opportunities and poor execution now coming to the surface. How will Sacramento's young core respond to their first taste of adversity?
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
When a person is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton and Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with, and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton and Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. As many of you know, my song Winning Streak is about my own personal struggles with addiction. I first sought help for my addiction at 14 years old. Start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org. The real you is worth recovery. Choose Change California provides access to proven treatment options for addiction to opioids and stimulants. ChooseChangeCA.org. This is your chance to recover your life.
Folsom Chevy's making it very easy to get into a new truck. 0% financing for 5 years. No payments for 90 days on all new Silverado half-ton trucks in stock sold in July. Get details at folsomchevy.com or swing by the Folsom Auto Mall.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the match day spread. He's reaching for the Buffalo wing. Perfect. Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too. Incredible. What a finish. Sensational combination. Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time for the 2-minute drill. Kayla Anderson has the ball, and she's taking us around the world of football. It's Kayla's 2-minute drill on Matt and Kayla.
We took a lot of extra time with our Sactown Sports ESPY Awards, so a quick Kayla's 2-minute drill today, but lots to still talk about. Kayla, take it away.
You're taking away my time?
It's a 2-minute drill. I'm sorry.
Erroneous.
What do you want me to do?
All right, first of all, really, really quick plug, and I would not do this unless I really thought it was good. If you are an NFL fan, I did not like quarterback the last year. It is a really good season. Baker Mayfield is hilarious. His ish-talking is next level, and I know a lot of people already knew that, but seeing it is amazing, and his wife is awesome, too. Cam Ward actually shows his personality because he is also kind of a gamer, like a Darius personality on the field, but if you watch him in this Netflix thing, you're going to probably fall in love with him too. He's great. And then Joe Flacco is just Flacco. He's really interesting to kind of learn at that age how he gets through the NFL. So, and Jaden Daniels is there, but he's kind of hurt throughout it, so you don't see as much from him.
He's just there.
But he's a good dude. He's a really good dude. So check out Quarterback Season 3. It's really good on Netflix right now. Okay, let's start off with this. We've been putting out all of the executive coaches, their rankings for each position, and one of my favorites has just dropped, and this is the wide receiver position. So at number 1, Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. Hopefully he'll have a healthy Joe Burrow, and Joe Flacco will not have to take over there in Cincinnati this year, so he tops the list. That's followed by Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings, and hopefully he'll find a new quarterback with Kyler Murray and some of that chemistry straight out of the gate with that. That's one of the storylines I'm looking forward to is Kyler Murray up there with the Vikings. And then at 3, Jackson Smith-Njigba.
That surprises me, to be honest with you.
That he's a little bit further down.
I would put him number 2 or number 1 at least. He had
just coming off of that season.
He was so good the last 2 years.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue with you because he's coming off of an Offensive Player of the Year season.
Right.
And I think, and a Super Bowl. I think he's deserving of at least being up there at 2.
He's the face of a Super Bowl champion offense. Put him number 1.
Puka Nacua coming in at 4 for the Rams. Think he'll have a big year after kind of learning some tough lessons in this offseason. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions at 5. CeeDee Lamb has kind of a big year to get that big prove-it contract because he's on the tag right now. So that'll be a big year for him. At 7, George Pickens of the Dallas Cowboys. Sorry, George Pickens is on the franchise tag. CeeDee Lamb has already gotten paid. So Pickens is looking for that.
Back-to-back Cowboys.
Yeah, and then Nico Collins of the Texans. He needs to stay healthy. A.J. Brown, we'll see how he is in his new surroundings in New England. He's coming in at 9, and then coming in at 10, Devontae Adams of the Rams. So no Mike Evans on this list. He receives honorable mentions. He's declining, but he's sort of timeless, still big and athletic and gets open. Will be interesting to see how the Niners utilize him in different ways. But they're getting all this praise for having the best offseason, but he's going to land on an honorable mention.
I think Devontae Adams, Mike Evans might as well be neck and neck to me. It's 2 veteran receivers in the sunset of their careers who are capable threats. But I think Mike Evans is going to have more opportunity in San Francisco to shine compared to Devontae Adams in L.A., who's very obviously a number 2 and even at times a number 3. So Mike Evans is going to be wide receiver 1 here in San Francisco.
Any other issues with the list?
I don't think so. Other than I genuinely think JSN should be top 1 or 2.
Yeah, I think they're looking at maybe full body of work up to this point.
I understand.
And so I guess this is the one of the lists that isn't what have you done for me lately, which a lot of lists are like that.
Yep.
And this one is because it's coming from execs and coaches. They're looking at the overall body of work.
Do you want to save the worst of the worst till tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to save that for tomorrow just because we had limited time.
Yep.
So that'll be fun to pick and choose what the worst group is for one position in the NFL.
Looking forward to that tomorrow during Kayla's 2-minute drill. When we come back, the high flyer joins us. Henry Turner was in in Las Vegas for Summer League over the weekend. Excited to talk to him about what he's seen from, and he was at the California Classic too, from this young Kings group and more. HT joins us next right here on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. I've heard you're extending the 4th of July sales event because the deals were so good.
They were the best deals of the year, and we wanted to keep the savings going. Explore California like never before in a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport when you save up to $8,500 off MSRP. Whether you like off-roading, camping, or exploring, this is the Jeep for you, and you won't find a better price.
Oh yeah, that's one of the most iconic models that really gets back to its roots.
Iconic really is the best way to describe it, but Hoblet is so much more than Jeeps. Whatever you're looking for, you can find it at Hoblet with our Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter with 200 vehicles and over $50 under $30,000.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. $8,500 total net savings on select new 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport after $3,500 Hoblet discount and factory incentives. Incentives may include $500 military or first responder bonus cash for eligible members. $1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade. 3th net savings. Sample VIN 208-262.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now through July 26th at Big O Tires, get $200 in savings on 4 select Michelin or BF Goodrich in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra. Savings include $120 instant plus $80 rebate. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is, what makes us different from other law firms? At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to the end. Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether it must go into litigation, or whether it has to go all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
Final hour of the show here on this Wednesday. And we learned not too long ago that while the Sacramento Kings will be in action taking on the Boston Celtics today, Darius Acuff Jr., Maxime Reynaud, and Nick Clifford will not be suiting up and playing tonight, second day of a back-to-back, and all 3 of those players are out for rest purposes. Now, none of them have been officially, from what we see, shut down. Like we learned the Wizards were shutting down A.J. Debonsa. We learned the Jazz were shutting down Darren Peterson. We have not had that same language or heard that same language with the Sacramento Kings. So there is a chance that all three of those guys will play on Friday, which was the game added at the end of the Summer League schedule for the Kings. The Kings will take on the Charlotte Hornets on Friday. I believe it's like a 3:30 p.m. Pacific tip-off on Prime on Friday. But none of those three today. Dylan Cardwell is playing.
Yep.
Jonathan Mobo will be back. Emmanuel Sharp, I imagine, is going to be starting. And we'll see the other two-way guys that are playing today. Obviously, Alex Karaban, this opens up opportunity, right? Like Sharp is going to have a lot of opportunity as a main offensive guy. And this is a great game, a great opportunity for Alex Karaban to maybe show us a little bit more. Because offensively, we have not seen really anything
It
from
would
him.
be nice because if it, again, and I don't know who's playing Friday, maybe he'll play Friday as well. But if it is, like, again, one of the final Summer League games we see him in, to just do something on the floor would be good to see. And I'm sure it would be great for his confidence as well because I think he's probably – like kicking himself right now. Like why aren't my shots falling? Like I'm sure he's his own biggest critic too in this situation. So that would be nice to see. The continuation of Sharp being able to do what he's doing is also what I'm looking forward to.
Well, anytime we can get the eye of a NBA talent to talk about other NBA talent, we take it. I'm talking about the high flyer, Henry Turner, nice enough to join us. HT spent his weekend in Las Vegas, made it back to Sacramento successfully. HT, that's a win in itself, getting home safe from Las Vegas to Sacramento, and hopefully the pockets were heavier than when you left. How are you, my friend? It's good to talk to you. Looking forward to chatting with you a little bit about this summer so far.
Yeah, what's going on, you two? I can tell you this. When we stepped off the plane, it was 1:12.
Oof. No, thank you.
Yes. That's with dealing with heat by itself. But, on a basketball side, we got a chance to see some good young talent. Got a chance to see our guys. Got a chance to see some of the other guys. And, it's one of these things. I've been hearing people, being irate and, just straight criticizing what they like, what they don't like. That's what Summer League is for, bro. We all go there to watch and critique a game. And at the end of the day, Matt, you've watched plenty of basketball games. I've seen Kayla at G1. She's watched plenty of basketball games. No, none of us have sat there and said, oh, this is how I have a complete game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I when it comes to Summer League in Vegas, and I know you were able to be down there for some of those games, right now, and I know they're going to play 2 more games, what had been your biggest takeaway from the games you'd seen?
I've seen a lot, and I understand. I take it for what it is. Summer League is Summer League. Summer League is for the coaches. That's why, you don't see none of the main coaches, the first 3 coaches, coach the team. They want to sit outside just like we do and watch and critique the games. As far as the Sacramento Kings are going, you get a chance to see what Acuff can do. You get to see his positives, you get to see his limitations. He has both. You do the same thing with Nick Clifford, you do the same thing with Cardwell, same thing with Matt. It is some of the other young guys. Sharp and Mobo. You watch those guys with a different eye when you're not coaching the basketball team.
HT, can you share with us a little bit of your perspective of when you came into the league? I can only imagine, one, there's the excitement, there's the energy, there's the butterflies of I'm here, I want to make sure I put on a show for the team that drafted me, I'm excited, I'm ready to rock. But there's also the other side of that coin is I want to make sure I hit the ground running. I feel like I have a lot to prove. Like how did you approach, and how do most young athletes, especially a 19-year-old like Darius Acuff Jr., who we know plays with a chip on his shoulder for being undersized as a guard. He's obviously looking up at the 6 players drafted ahead of him and feels a certain type of way about that. That's what fuels him and motivates him. But how much can you relate to or appreciate what each one of these guys is bringing into Summer League as their first taste of professional basketball?
Okay, man. First off, it's totally different from when I came into the league.
Yeah.
When I came into the league, it wasn't you're going to get here and we're going to develop you.
Yeah.
No, you had to be ready. You had to be ready to get thrown into the pool, into the sharks, with the grown men. It wasn't none of that, well, we're going to get here, we're going to work on your game. Your game had to be complete when you step onto an NBA floor. So that's totally different. Nowadays, you're getting guys 18, 19 years old, and, the NBA understands they're still developing. That's why, the G League is so prevalent in the NBA. That's why you have the California Classic. That's why you have other summer league venues for these guys to get acclimated before the season starts. When I came in, you had to be ready. You had to be pro-ready. It was none of that, well, we're going to give you months or we're going to give you a year to develop. You had to be ready to play and to produce right then and there. These young guys nowadays, and rightfully so, like I said, they're 18, 19 years old. Yeah, they're still growing, okay? Some of these guys are still in puberty, but, they get a chance to actually work on their game after being a pro.
But Henry, as you know, everybody learns differently. Every athlete learns differently. So much of what I'm seeing from Darius Acuff Jr. and how teams are attacking him, especially like they're blitzing him, they're trying to be very physical on a 19-year-old, very talented scorer like Acuff is. Like, he's going to get a lot of opportunity in Sacramento this year to basically trial by fire, right? He's going to learn by having his feet held to the flames. He's going to deal with, on defense, being isolated and hunted defensively, and then offensively having guys that are grown men, guards that are maybe a few 10, 20 pounds heavier than him, trying to push him around a little bit. How beneficial is that in your mind for, like, hey, trial by fire, man, welcome to the league, and you're going to get the opportunity in the minutes to learn by just putting your head down?
Matt and Kayla, let me tell you this. Every rookie goes through it when you come into the league. Mm-hmm. And especially if you are a lottery pick, you have a target on your back. So you better be ready. And, it's a whole totally different game. When you're in college, you're dealing with guys that pretty much Acuff is the A guy. When he steps on the floor, he might be going against a B, C, or a D dude in college. But when you're in the NBA, when you step on the floor and you're supposed to be like Darius is, an A guy, every point guard you see is going to be A-plus, superstar, and Hall of Fame. That's something you just got to deal with. As far as the size factor goes, as the size factor goes, you have to be able to deal with it.
HT, we've had some questions in the chat today, and it's not the first time we've had these questions. And I've tried to explain my viewpoint from covering different athletes and what I think about it. But some people are wondering about his demeanor and how he's like, I understand it because I've covered guys like this, how he doesn't show emotion really out on the court. And while I believe it's a good thing, especially in the long run, I think some people are worried about, like, does he really love what he's doing, or is that a good thing that his demeanor is the way it is? So I'd like you to explain it from a player's perspective.
I really hate when people want to perceive or put you in a box and say, this is what you're supposed to do. This is how you're supposed to act. I could speak of two different point guards who came in this league that really wasn't boisterous like that, but became MVP and all-star caliber players. Derrick Rose, for one, he was never a rah-rah guy, but he played with a chip on his shoulder and showed everybody who he was, and he became an MVP of this league. Another guy that came in was Penny Hardaway. Penny Hardaway's sauna was so dry, they had to create a Muppet to make him relevant. But he was a terror on the basketball floor. So there's nothing to say when you look at him and say, well, I don't think he mean it. That has nothing to do with how he play on the field. It's all about what you do on the floor as a player, never mind who he is. I mean, right now, Keegan Murray has been here for, 3-4 years, and I think we might have seen him smile twice.
Henry Turner joining us, the high flyer, with his perspective on everything that's happening over the summer. HT, I've been chomping at the bit to ask you about this young man. I know you're grinning ear to ear and you're fired up by what we're seeing from Emmanuel Sharp, right? The 45th overall pick. He's a dog. He's one of your guys.
I love this young man. I've seen that from the very start. I've seen it right there at the California Classic. And, I didn't get a chance to talk to too much of the brass as far as the coaches at the California Classic, but I did corner Doug for one game, And I was like, last year I asked Doug, I said, Doug, give me a nugget, man. Tell me something that don't nobody know. He was like, Hank, if I can get this kid, Dylan Cardwell, to take the Scott Pollard role, he's going to be a monster. He'll be able to help us. He threw me that one last year. So I grabbed him again this year, and I said, Doug, I need another nugget. He looked at me and said, Hank, you already know. I don't have to tell you the kid. And I was like, the kid's sharp. He was like, oh, my God. Everybody loves this kid. They love the way he plays. They love his energy and effort out there on the floor. They love the way he approached the game. Defensively, he's there. He's ready. And I think offensively, too, the young man has a nice jump shot, and he's willing to take the shot. Emmanuel Sharp has made it very interesting here in Sacramento.
I want to go to a second-year player. I've really enjoyed watching him in Summer League, and I know it's just Summer League, but Dylan Cardwell has been not only fun to watch, but he has really taken some ownership and leadership responsibilities. We saw him do it after the loss last night specifically. He is going to play today. He's not on the rest list at all. What have you seen out of Dylan Cardwell in this second Summer League?
I mean, Kay, he's a ball of energy. You know, he is a big ball of energy. He does what this team needs as far as blocking shots and defending the rim. You know, if I am Dylan Cardwell, and I will tell this young man this when I get a chance to see him, I'm going to tell him to go to Google and punch in Lob City DeAndre Jordan, because that's who he is. And I'm like, you better find you a Chris Paul, bro, because DeAndre Jordan played the game exactly the way you play, had offensive skills and limitations exactly the way you have, but made a lot of money in this league and became an all-star. So it can be done, but you better get the mindset of how you need to play and what you need to be doing.
HT, what about Maxime Reynaud, though, another second-year player? What I'm most fascinated with him, we saw him struggle yesterday. They're experimenting with him in kind of a Domas role of the offense, running through him. We saw what he could be in the pick and roll and playing with a Hall of Fame guard like Russell Westbrook. We're seeing him space the floor and take more threes. So things encouraging to see him working on and growing in his game. But you know very well the sophomore slump is a real thing, and he's going into a season now where there's going to be a lot more film on him, and people aren't going to know him as this who's the second rounder out of Stanford. Now people know the name Maxime Reynaud and at least what he's capable of doing. How is that from a player perspective going through when that there's film on you now and people know who you are, and specifically they know where you want the ball and where you're trying to get to and how you learn how to adjust to their adjustments?
Well, guys, that's going to tell us a lot about what Max has done this offseason. You know, I've had this conversation with Max at the end of the year. I told him, I said, Max, you had a great season, bro. You did some things that we never expected out of us, out of a second-round player. I say, but you better learn this right here and right now. I'm like, next year, Max is going to report. They're going to know everything that you like to do. So you better bring something new to your game. And not just that, you're not playing with a Hall of Fame point guard such as a Russell Westbrook who did nothing but feed you like a newborn baby. So he is definitely going to have to work on his game and another step if he want to keep his trajectory going upward in this league.
So when it comes to Alex Caravan, what have you been able to take from his showing so far? Because I know he had dealt with an ankle injury. I know he is not satisfied with what he's seen, but I'm guessing, Henry, you're not worried about it at all.
I'm not. You know, Alex is a guy to where, I mean, everybody that's stepping on the floor definitely want to put in their best performance. I mean, even as a first-round lottery pick, as Acuff is, he's not satisfied with his game. Right. He wants to put a better product out there on the floor. But when you start talking about Caravan, he's going to be in that log jam of guys that really have to fight and show something for that 2-3 position. I don't know if they're going to be comfortable with playing him at the 4, but I definitely know he's a wing guy, and we are loaded at that position. So, you know, he wants to go out there and play well, but right now I really haven't had a chance to really evaluate his game. I know he's a jump shooter. I know he's a guy that can stretch the floor, but I really haven't had a chance to evaluate him defensively yet. I really haven't had a chance to see how he handles the ball, his basketball IQ. He'll be another guy that I will be looking more so in tune with him during the camp and during the preseason.
The high flyer Henry Turner, former Sacramento King, now featured member of the Sacramento Kings radio broadcast team, joining us. Henry, I want to take this in a different direction a little bit, but I'm excited to get your thoughts on this because I know you're going to have thoughts on this. Of course, you were a Sacramento King, and you've very much stayed connected with the organization and around here. This is home for you. We love you here. So I think you'll be able to appreciate this. Camera caught you. I don't know if you're aware, given some love and a big embrace to DeMarcus Cousins over the weekend in Las Vegas. And obviously you appreciate that man. You watched him very closely over his time here in Sacramento. To see him sitting courtside, now it wasn't with Vivek Ranadive or Vlade Divac or anything like that, but to see him with Doug, to see him with Scott Perry, with BJ Armstrong, with yourself, it does seem like there is a little bit of a rekindling between the Sacramento Kings and DeMarcus Cousins happening, which I think is a phenomenal thing regardless of how you felt about Cousins' time here. He's one of the greatest Sacramento Kings of all time, and I know you appreciate the hell out of him watching him grow his career here in Sacramento.
Yeah, well, Matt, you got to understand the time that DeMarcus was here, DeMarcus and myself, we had a very, unique type of relationship. I was one of the guys that could always pull D to the side and talk to him and tell him what's going on. And I never had no kickback, no recourse from DeMarcus. It was always positive, but it was always love. So, he's been one of my favorite guys for a very long time. But I'm with you. I always feel like this. Once a king, always a king. The fans have always, embraced all old kings that came back. Maybe Spencer Hawes might not be a king always, but besides Spencer, everybody else has always been welcome back here to Sacramento. So, to see him on the sideline and see him to be engaged, I was happy to see the young man.
We got to see him brought out at a Kings game at the Golden One Center at some point, right, HT?
Hey, I hope so, man. I mean, it would be a great thing. Like I said, no matter what you think about DeMarcus Cousins or how you feel about DeMarcus Cousins, I will tell you this. That young man put everything he had out on the court. Now, he might have been demonstrative sometimes. He might not have done it always in a positive light. But I tell you what, every night he went out, he tried to win in a Sacramento Kings uniform.
HT, what would be your biggest advice to, some of these rookies going into the next couple of months before training camp starts up?
Stay off of social media.
Yeah, amen.
Don't get too high. Don't get too low. I mean, the thing about it is that it's so much information out there for guys to look at nowadays. And then when you talk about the classic, everybody's critiquing everybody. I'll tell you what, A.J. DeMantis, one of the best number one pick. I watched his game, and believe me, he lived up to the hype. But I do have some criticism about his game. His game isn't complete. So to hear somebody criticize your game and say, okay, well, his limitation is X, Y, or Z, don't get down on that. Just fix it or try to say, okay, you know what, I'm going to get better at it and keep going. Even the number one pick has flaws.
HT, we'll wrap up with this. Really appreciate you taking the time today, my friend. It's going into last season, we would all admit that what the image was for the Kings, or how Doug Christie wanted the Kings to play, the 6 pillars for Scott Perry, the roster didn't really match that. And while there are still some veterans here, like a Zach LaVine, a Domantas Sabonis, you can even throw Malik Monk in there, that kind of carry over from last year and kind of the offensive mindset that the Kings have had for a long time. It does seem like, granted, a lot of them are young and moldable, Scott Perry is putting together a roster that fits more of this way that they want to play, and the energy and the hustle and not getting punked, not getting pushed around, right? How much do you think Sacramento is going to respond to that? And when you kind of look forward in your mind to October and this whole the season getting going again, what do you think the response is going to be to a young Kings team that's probably going to struggle, but is hopefully going to play the true Kings brand of basketball that they want to build?
Matt, when you start talking about the culture and everything that these guys are trying to do, I embrace it. I understand where they're trying to go, and I think it's pretty much warranted. But it's one guy that I think is going to have to lead this charge, but nobody has said nothing about him, not one word. and that's Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Keegan Murray, I think the tone is going to be set with him, especially when you talk about the New Jack guys that's going forward. Okay, I always take Levine and Sabonis pretty much out of the equation. If they move on from them, they move on from them. We know where that is. We know how that goes. They've been trying to do something with them since the end of the season and the beginning of a free agency.
Yeah.
So the next guy that this falls on, shoulders that it falls on, believe me, don't put that pressure on Darius Acuff. He's a rookie. Don't put the pressure of him leading this team on his shoulders. He don't need that. It should be some other guys that are going to be on this team that should step into that role, and the number one guy should be Keegan Murray.
I hear you there. And the Kings are paying Keegan Murray to step up. We'll see if he's able to do that. HD,
there it is.
You always step up for us when we need you, my friend. Thank you so much for coming on the show, for providing your wisdom, your thoughts on how this team is doing. Looking forward to seeing you in the Golden One Center for preseason basketball and beyond very soon. We're a long ways away, but it'll be here before we know it.
Hey, I tell you what, you owe me a soft serve, and Kayla, you owe me the sprinkles. We all good.
Yes.
Hey, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. We got to get one of those machines in the Golden One Center downstairs. That's what we got to do. The only guy that had pull to get that done is Henry Turner. Though. They don't listen to us.
There we go.
HT, we appreciate you, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Have a good summer. That
Thanks,
is
HT.
the high flyer, Henry Turner, heard all the time here on your home of Sacramento Kings radio broadcasts. That's Sactown Sports. And we'll continue our Kings talk when we come back before Crosstalk with Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles from the Sac Shack as they get ready for another show today. Let's talk a little bit about, Darius Acuff Jr. isn't playing today.
Mm-hmm.
Should we see Maxime Reynaud and Nick Clifford, who also aren't playing today, in that final game at the end of the week? Do we want to get one more glimpse after a few rest days? We'll talk about that. And on paper, will an offensive center work with Darius Acuff Jr., or does he need more of a traditional big man rim protector? We'll discuss that as well. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Even among the most heated rivals, nothing brings people together quite like a little bit of turbulence.
When someone says, hey, there's an issue with the equipment, I don't feel particularly comfortable. And when they said equipment, I'm sitting on the aisle, and Frankie and I just slowly turn and look at each other, and we almost held hands to say, hey, you know what? Whatever will be, will be.
Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
When your round is going bad, it seems like nothing works. So the So-So Golfer offers 6 tips to save the bad round. First, forget about working on swing mechanics. That creates headworms. Second, tee off with what's working. If your driver isn't working, use a club that does. A 7-iron in the fairway is better than a lost ball. Third, play shots you know how to play. If your second shot looks like a big fade around a tree in the fairway and you just never practice that shot, leave it alone. Take your medicine and hit it back in the fairway. Don't overcomplicate the task at hand. If a simple bump and run will get your ball to the flag, don't try a flop shot that might only catch your buddy in the teeth. And don't give up. It's okay to get upset after a bad shot, but Tiger Woods gives himself 10 paces to vent, and then it's done. Good advice there. And most of all, have fun. It's a game. Remember, you'll have lots of time on the range to work out all those shot frustrations you find on the course. Smile, tip your hat, and get on to the next shot. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave.
What's up? It's Matt George.
What's good? It's Alan Stiles.
With the most trusted voices in the community.
This is Jason Ross.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson.
It's Whitey Gleason.
Ready to help promote your business, both as partners and customers. All you have to do is ask. Pick up the phone, dial pound 250 and say, grow my business to get connected with a team member today. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. Our team will review your product, quickly pair you with a perfect endorser, and create video and audio samples, all at no cost or obligation to you. With the most live and local on-air lineup, a dynamic content-driven website, and a state-of-the-art mobile app, Sactown Sports 1140 is tailor-made to help you connect with a sports audience in Sacramento. So why wait? Dial pound 250 today. Say, grow my business, and let us help take you to the next level. Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
When the Sacramento Kings take on the Boston Celtics inside the Thomas & Mack Center, Summer League action later today, they will be without their big three, dare I say. Darius Acuff Jr., Maxime Reynaud, Nick Clifford, all out for rest purposes in tonight's game, so they will not be playing. However, they have not been ruled out, Kayla. There is a chance that they could play on Friday against the Charlotte Hornets. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. When I saw, granted that the way that game ended was ugly, but when I saw Acuff's game that he put together in the second half that he had in his final stat line, it would make sense to me that if that's the last Summer League game that Acuff played.
It might.
I, of course, selfishly want to see more and would love to see him put together two good performances, or how about a good performance that leads to an actual, like a win for the Sacramento Kings and not in a blowout loss like last night was. But weirdly enough, like after last night's game, I had this feeling, I couldn't tell if it was just like bitterness and grumpiness after the way the Kings lost, but it's almost like for the second-year guys, Nick Clifford, Maxime Reynaud specifically, is that how you want to end your Summer League? Do you want to end with that poor of a... Like, I hope those two play on Friday, because I want something better than that.
Yeah, that's what I looked at the case being. I know if I were a player... Now, again, we don't know if they're being shut down by the team or if it's a little bit of both, like their input and the team's input. I would be going to my coach and saying, let me play on Friday if I'm Darius Acuff Jr., especially just because we haven't even heard from him in like a couple of games, which would be nice to end the Summer League, at least getting the ability to talk with him too. So I feel the competitor that he is, he would want to play on Friday. But again, he's played a lot of games in Summer League, more than most of these lottery picks, because a lot of them didn't play in a California Classic situation. You know, a lot of them just started their play here in Vegas and played maybe a couple games.
Right.
So
AJ just played 2 games.
Right. So I think it's up to the staff, I think, ultimately, but I would like to see especially Darius. And then, if you could get Max out there for at least the first half, and, Neek he's played a lot too. I wouldn't be crushed if Neek couldn't play, but
I don't think it would be the end of the world at all, of course, for all of them to be done. And I think Maxime Reynaud said himself that he was only expecting to play in like a couple Summer League games. Neek Clifford's now played in 4 games. Darius Acuff Jr.'s played in 4 games if you go back to the California Classic, right? So I would understand. I absolutely would understand if that's what happened. But I think Maxime Reynaud especially, like he played really, really well in Game 1. Really well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Maxime Reynaud especially would benefit, though, from just another crack at it. Even if you play a half.
Right.
Play a half of that game and play well. That would be my hope.
For sure. I think it's one of those things, at least tonight, with them not playing. I'm excited to see Emmanuel Sharp continue to do what he's doing. I'm excited to see who steps up. I'm interested to see how Dylan is coming out of the gate, because I do think he's going to literally not only probably set the tone again with a dunk, but actually hopefully set the tone where they can carry it out throughout the game.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it will allow us just to look at some of these other guys a little bit more. I know that we're not as interested in maybe how some of them are playing, but I think it's never a bad thing to get some of these other guys some looks.
I am very curious to see if we get more of a emphasis on Alex Karaban in this game.
Yeah.
Because while I don't expect a lot of like perfectly executed, drawn up plays, I shout out to Dylan Cardwell for continuing to play, by the way. He's shown a lot, but I think it's important to him to continue to play. But Alex Karaban in particular, especially as a perimeter shooter, like I would expect to get more touches and get more opportunity. I thought Alex did a pretty good job last night, putting the ball on the deck, attacking the basket, and trying to like distribute and find open teammates. So I thought he was more involved in the game, even though the numbers don't necessarily jump off the page and reflect that. But he was really, really good shooter at UConn, did a really good job of reading and reacting to defenses, and especially moving in the perimeter and creating open space for himself. I want to see, I'm not expecting an Alex Karaban breakout game, but can we see Alex have more of a presence in this game? Because we haven't seen. If you didn't know better and you were just watching Summer League, you would unfortunately think that Alex Karaban was an undrafted rookie that just got an invite. That's how he's played. He hasn't been impactful.
No, and I'm sure he's kicking himself.
Sure.
I feel like he's almost maybe overthinking things,
Sure.
and he's not been able to get out of his own head is what it seems like, because he has had so much coming into this being like, well, you're 24, you've won championships, you should be able to hop into something like Summer League and be able to contribute.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not been able to do that for whatever reason. But we can make all the excuses we want. When it comes down to it, he has got to find a way to start at least making some sort of not difference on the court, but at least saying like, hey, here's something that I do well. This is what I do. So
Emmanuel Sharp, I think, is going to get a lot of opportunity too at the point today.
Mm-hmm.
Or do they have him start at the 2 since Neek Clifford isn't playing, and then start one of maybe Isaiah Stevens could start.
Stevens maybe.
Or Flagler, he's a point guard.
I think Stevens could start at point guard.
Give Isaiah Stevens some opportunity, but I do want to see Emmanuel Sharp get more opportunity as a secondary ball handler. Again, the term backup point guard puts a lot of pressure on. If you're saying Malik Monk is the backup point guard in Sacramento, it puts a lot of pressure on Malik Monk to be something that he's not.
Yeah.
But what Malik is a capable ball handler, and he's capable of distributing and finding open teammates and running the pick and roll. That's what makes me believe that Malik Monk is more than capable of holding down the backup point guard spot this year.
Yeah.
Is Emmanuel Sharp the same way? Is he comfortable running an offense? He turned the ball over 5 times yesterday, but he was trying to create opportunities and trying to play with a little bit of energy that the Kings didn't have. In general, regardless of who plays and who doesn't, Kayla, I'm expecting a Kings team. I know it's the second day of a back-to-back. I'm expecting a Kings team that's ready to throw a first punch, because they should all probably be a little bit embarrassed by how yesterday's game went.
It might show us kind of a line of thinking, too, if they do start him at the point guard position tonight.
Could be.
So
I mean, I want to see some fight. I want to see some whoever's playing. It doesn't
I'd
matter
like to see it with Acuff down there.
Well, of course.
But
Of
it
course.
is what it is.
Acuff's getting a little bit of rest.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised by it at all. I hope we see him on Friday. I'm not surprised he's not playing today.
No, I'm
not
not
at all.
surprised.
He didn't play on the second day
Nope.
of a back-to-back in the California Classic either. Remember, he sat the second game, played in the third. I'm hoping that he sits today.
I think he might play Friday.
And my gut tells me he's gonna, but it would not surprise me at all if they're like, he's fine. He's good. We're ending it on a positive note with the game that you had, regardless of the final score.
Mm-hmm.
So that wouldn't surprise me. In terms of like a center to play with Darius Acuff Jr., though, like one of the things I'm curious about is when he gets more time with Maxime Reynaud, do we see more of that pick and roll game that we saw between Russ and Max? Right? Because Russ is a scoring point guard, but Russ obviously is a Hall of Famer. And
Russ has had years and years to perfect that.
Of course, and I'm not expecting them to be on the same page, but if that's what Max is going to be at his best as an offensive player, then Darius Acuff Jr. needs to learn how to play with that, or Max is going to be wasted.
Sure.
I'm interested to see with Domantas Sabonis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does Darius with Sabonis? I'm really curious how comfortable Acuff is off the ball, because in Arkansas he did most of his scoring and creating with the ball in his hands, which the Kings need more of course. But one of the benefits of having a center like Domas that can distribute is your ability to play off the ball to get to the spaces for him to get you the basketball.
Right.
That's a part of Darius Acuff Jr.'s offensive game that I'm not really sure about.
This should be intriguing to people, and this should be something that is exciting to know that like this is the next chapter in his career. And part of that is maybe adding to your bag or perfecting things or just at the next level, having to challenge yourself. Like the more comfortable he gets, there's no doubt in my mind he's going to add another part to his game, or he's going to be better at a part of his game.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt in my mind. It's just too early to know if that's going to be with Max, because we've barely seen them out there.
Yep.
Like they're going to have to get tons of practices in together, games in together,
Right.
for us to really start to see that in sync.
I do understand, because I've seen this comment a couple of times. On paper, as of now, ideally, I think Darius Acuff Jr. would benefit more from playing with a traditional rim-protecting defensive center just because of the strengths and weaknesses of Acuff's game, which is why I think we've seen kind of a more natural partnership form between Acuff and Cardwell. But I don't want to overreact to the obvious amount of court time.
He's also spent a lot of time with him.
Exactly, the court time and the practice time. So it's not a foregone conclusion or anything like that. But I'm bringing it up to acknowledge the fact that if Darius Acuff Jr. is the guy, right? And I'm not saying, because Maxime Reynaud was also a Scott Perry draft pick. Domantas Sabonis isn't, but Sabonis is one of the most skilled offensive centers in the NBA, regardless of if he's part of the future or not. But Scott Perry does have to pay close attention to, does this point guard play better with if I had Jarrett Allen as my center? You know who would have been a perfect center? Jalen Duren. With Jalen Duren's game defensively and the threat that he is as a pick and roll, traditional pick and roll center, paint center, Jalen Duren would have made a ton of sense for Sacramento next to a guy like Darius Acuff Jr., at least traditionally on paper, what offensive guards like Acuff have needed. But time will tell. We'll see when Acuff gets more time with those other centers, how they perform. So.
Yep.
We are not going to have crosstalk with Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles today. They are apparently busy at the Sack Shack, so not going to be chatting with them. I don't know if it has anything more to do with Dinnergate or not, but no crosstalk, no Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles, but they will still start their show at their traditional time at 2 o'clock, so don't worry about that. This gives us an opportunity, though, to hear from the star of Season 3 of Quarterback on Netflix, Kayla Anderson. She's featured on the show. I'm not lying. Kayla will give her early reviews so far of how Season 3 of Quarterback is going. And I have a very easy answer for what is a in-depth sports feature like Quarterback or like Starting Five that I would watch religiously if it were created. I've got an answer to that question. I'm curious what you guys think. It's Matt and Kayla. One more segment left on Sactown Sports.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My buddy dies. I show up to the funeral. Open casket. We're still doing that? I've never understood open casket. I don't get it. It's like, you told me he was dead. I believed you.
From the Monday Morning Podcast, his hit film Old Dads, and his latest Grammy-nominated special on Hulu, comedian Bill Burr, coming to the venue at Thunder Valley, Saturday, July 25th, with all new material. Get tickets at ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Bill Burr.
Hey, what's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. I've heard you're extending the 4th of July sales event because the deals were just so good.
They were the best deals of the year, and we wanted to keep the savings going. Right now, you can save up to $17,000 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 1500 crew cabs.
America loves Ram trucks, but what about my perfect truck?
We have you covered at Hoblet. We are truck people, so you won't find a better selection of new Rams with the features that matter anywhere. Plus, with almost 600 new Rams available, your Ram is waiting at Hoblet. Just one of the reasons Hoblet is consistently one of the top Ram dealers, not just in California, but the entire nation.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. 17,000 total net savings after 4162 dealer discount and 11,338 factory incentive. Incentives may include 15% below MSRP incentive, 1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade, and 500 military bonus or first responder bonus for eligible members. 10th net savings, sample VIN 390660. See dealer for details.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
Don't usually get into these things anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I had wanted to watch it was clearly because of Cam Ward. I've been a huge fan of his and a huge supporter of Cam's. Cam, we're talking about the whole how you portray yourself in media and maybe being a little bit close to the vest with things. And some athletes don't have that personality that they show to the media or on the court. Cam, in a way, was like that in Tennessee, and he was kind of like that in his stops along the way in college, where you knew he was just a student of the game. He was the biggest competitor. He was his own worst critic. He was a perfectionist, all those things. But he didn't show that to the media. And behind the scenes, I knew there was more to Cam. And what this has portrayed with Cam Ward is like, that's completely true. He is a riot. He's great. He's passionate. Like, it's really fun to watch him on the show because you get a different point of view.
Yeah.
But then, like, the Baker Mayfield that we all know and love,
it's front and center,
or hate, you get to see him in a different way as like a mature Baker Mayfield, but still has that chip on his shoulder from when he was not recruited, like out of high school very lowly recruited.
I'm surprised. I haven't seen any clips. Like on
it's
social
all over
media.
my social.
Really?
Yeah.
I maybe it's just my algorithms all messed up.
And Jaden Daniels, the perspective of him and his mom is his agent, and his mom's like pretty tough. His mom's a tough lady, and kind of what their relationship is. And then, of course, Joe Flacco, his moments are incredible in terms of like going from the Browns to getting traded to the Cincinnati last year in the middle of the season, learning their crazy offensive scheme in a matter of like 24 hours, and then having to go out and like do that. It's really, it gets detailed on things. So if you're an NFL fan or football fan, I think you'll enjoy it because it takes you behind the scenes in a way maybe it hasn't in the past, because Peyton Manning is the producer of this. So the executive producer.
So you said this isn't like, you haven't enjoyed quarterback.
I just
in the past?
I get bored on some of these things. Yeah. Like I got bored on Hard Knocks at some point.
Yeah,
I really did.
Because Hard Knocks is weird because I'm with you. I tried to watch season 1 of quarterback. I didn't make it all the way through. I tried to watch starting 5, even with Domantas Sabonis in it. I didn't get all the way through.
Well, I don't mean to be rude, but I don't know if he's the most like.
Right, but Anthony Edwards was also in there, and Ant is very interesting.
True.
And
that's true.
And it's weird because I'm obviously very passionate about basketball, love sports, love football. I love behind the scenes stuff. Like what gets me is behind the scenes stuff of like wrestling. I will watch that stuff for some reason. I don't know why. So it's very much, I guess, sports specific, or just those that quarterback, receiver. Those haven't hooked me. Starting 5 haven't really hooked me.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Fernando Mendoza's in it next year, it will.
Maybe, but it depends on what the content is around Fernando Mendoza. Do I want to see him?
But you got to watch to see where it goes.
Yeah.
So that's I don't even think I would have kept watching if Cam was boring on it.
Did you watch the first season of quarterback? You said that, Matt?
I made it like 3/4 of the way through.
Oh my gosh! Because if I'm not mistaken, Kayla, correct me if I'm wrong. The first season had Marcus Mariota on it, and there was the whole disappearing act where he like left the team in the middle of the season, and there was that drama with
because I was there.
Yeah, and like that to me was fascinating to get some like sit down interview behind the scenes there, and he was clearly not in a good headspace, but like he left his team, he like disappeared.
He had like a really crazy injury that we didn't know about, and the media, we never knew the reason. And so when that came out, like it really described it in detail. And that's what it kind of does with some of these things with quarterback this year too, like the behind the scenes of really, I mean, they're going into like coaches' offices and they're sitting down with players, like having a discussion with the coach. The access is pretty wild.
It's interesting because again, Hard Knocks gets me every year, and I don't know why. It just gets me every year. And I think it's because I'm anticipating the NFL season starting. And I started thinking like, what if there was a because a lot of these shows have to hook me from like the first time I see the trailer, like, and the same thing with movies. If I see a trailer and I'm like, the Odyssey trailer dropped, I'm going to see the Odyssey. That movie looks incredible. Like I will base my interest in a movie off of one glimpse of a trailer or any preconceived notions that I have. So I was trying to think of like, if Netflix dropped a show trailer that I think would be like, without a doubt, I'm in.
Sure.
If they did like an NBA draft or even NFL draft, but especially for me, an NBA draft like special, like a behind the scenes, a multi-episode of the approach to the NBA draft we got cameras in draft rooms. We're hearing the conversations between agents and general managers. We're seeing a table of scouts sitting around a table talking about different prospects. We're seeing the pre-draft process of workouts and meetings and as much behind closed doors access as we could. I would be so fascinated because the draft process to me is so interesting. And so like that would be something that without a doubt would get me hooked if they did a show like essentially draft day, but an NBA Netflix special. I don't know.
Yeah, I just think it's like the more real people that you can get on there that are willing to actually participate and be themselves, the better the content is going to be. Because if you just get somebody on there that has told you all the things you've known about them before or whatever, then you're kind of like, I already knew all this stuff.
Right.
But I guess like you were saying, if they do it the right way, if it's put together the right way, produced the right way, and is going into the mind of a fan, then that's when it catches you.
And give me the backstage. Show me something. You don't have to show me all of it, but show me something that you literally have to be a general manager or a lead NBA scout to see. Show me something that tells me what this process is really like, because we hear all the time, because we make judgments from a radio perspective or a media perspective based off of the access that we have. Fans make their own judgments and opinions based off of the access of other people plus their own experiences and what their eyeballs tell us, right? But we always hear the athletes say, or the general manager say, if you really knew what happened, okay, don't show us everything. Don't reveal all your secrets, but take me behind the scenes of what that conversation looked like. Take me behind the scenes of when you're sitting there in the first round and a player that you really want is falling but isn't going to be past a certain point, and you need to call that general manager and negotiate in a 5-minute period how I get that player or how I can move up. That stuff would be fascinating to me, especially in a draft like we just had this year.
Oh, yeah. They missed their calling on that, Roger Goodell did. Because here's the thing that the NFL does good, like it does well. Here we are. We're leading up to training camp, and what is all over the place? This quarterback, season 3. I mean, and again, I think it's all over the place because the content is actually really good.
Right.
And I like it, too, because, like, they're showing up here, quarterback right now on ESPN, NFL Live, and the family members are really a part of this one as well.
Yeah.
And what I like about it for fans is it makes you almost appreciate things a little more, too, from a player's perspective. And it kind of makes players more likable if you didn't love them before. Like, I didn't love Baker for a long time. But in a way, it's like it makes them more likable, too, with their family members.
Yeah.
So if that makes any sense.
I'll give it a shot. You know what? I'm going to give quarterback a shot. Maybe I'll
at least try the first episode and tell me what you think.
I'll give it a shot tonight if I can. My wife and son are leaving for a camping trip tonight, so I'll be a bachelor for a couple nights, which I always think, this is so cool. And then it gets like 10
honestly,
p.m.
you should appreciate that time to yourself for a second.
For sure.
Take
For sure,
advantage
definitely.
of it.
As a parent, when you get kidless time, you're like, oh, this is the best. And then it gets like to 10 p.m. and you're like, oh, I miss them. Come home. Yeah. Well,
Dodger said, I've been waiting all day for a certain someone to expand on Team Dinnergate and supposed 4.8 40-yard dash time.
From what I understand, Team Dinnergate is dead.
That's dead.
I guess.
But
the
we have
hatchet has been
We
buried.
were going to ask about the 40 time, though.
Well, the video is out, and we cannot get clarification on if it was a true 40 yards or not. But I can say based off of a video that we could see, Allen Stiles looked fast. So good for him. We'll never know, though. That was almost as fast as he ran off the set yesterday when Christopher Laud was prosecuting him with all this Dinnergate yesterday.
That's right.
So, yes, no crosstalk with the Drive guys today, but they're going to be taking over here in a matter of minutes. Another show from the Sack Shack in Las Vegas right before the Kings take on the Boston Celtics in Summer League action tonight. Again, if you're just tuning in, no Darius Acuff Jr., no Maxime Reynaud, no Neat Clifford tonight, all out for rest purposes, but Emmanuel Sharp, Dylan Cardwell, Jonathan Mobo, and others are playing. Hopefully a big night for Alex Caravan as well. We'll react to it all tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Thank you for joining us as always. Shout out to Richie, our boss, and our board op today. Appreciate you taking the time, Richie, to help us out. We'll be back to react to everything tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Peace.
The top Young talent is on display at NBA Summer League, and Sactown Sports has boots on the ground. Join Jason Ross, Whitey Gleason, and Alan Stiles as they broadcast live from Las Vegas, presented by Power Business Technology. And stay locked into SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports YouTube channel for the latest on every game, every practice, and all things Kings this summer. Power Business Technology, copiers and printers for your office needs.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call